Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And before we start, I'm just obliged to say that, as they say on the airplane, in an event of an emergency, there are 4 emergency exits, 2 here and 2 there. And if you have another kind of emergency, there are bathrooms on the bottom floor. So very welcome to this conference about digitalization or transportation in the age of digitalization, organized by Area of Advanced Transport here at Chalmers. My name is Sinisa Krajnovic, and I'm Director of Area of Advanced Transport, the area of advance that is dealing with sustainable challenges of transportation. The research that we do in the area of advanced transport is a joint effort by researchers here at Chalmers and Gothenburg University. So every year we have to choose a theme for this conference. We're always thinking, what is the new technology or a new trend in transportation that is changing how we are moving people and goods? So during previous years at this conference, we were discussing the emerging technologies of automation, of electromobility, the 2 new technologies that are about to change the entire transport system. So the question was, is there something that we are missing? Is there another technology or a new trend that we need to address here today? We are all living in a world of sharing economy, where we are using for our mobility Uber or Didi, depending which part of the world you are living. And we've all heard of Amazon drone deliveries, about Internet of Things, the 2 new technologies that are about to revolutionize the entire transport supply chain management. The goods moving are equipped with sensors that are reporting their location, their temperature, their humidity. The vehicles are also digitalized, and they're also reporting their speed, their location. They're reporting even their condition, the condition of their engine. The routing and the navigation of vehicles are used to optimize their operations. So they can be adapted, for example, the traffic congestion or the number of free slots at the terminal. And we are seeing all the time how entire transport system is being more and more automated. So today, the key of successful public transport is no longer here in Gothenburg, for example, to have sufficient number of buses or trams. It's how they are connected. It's what optimization algorithm we are using, and it's also, what mobility apps we are using. And we also see that even the physical infrastructure is being equipped with sensors. Everything from roads to terminals to distribution centers, they're equipped with sensors that are reporting their usage, their condition. We have here today transport administration somewhere, and they are also looking at how to merge their physical infrastructure, the roads, the railways, with the digital one. So today, it's the digital data, it's optimization algorithm that are changing the entire transport system. So it's the data and the usage of data, all the parts of this new digitalization of the transport system that we are going to discuss here today. We'll have both at stage and also in the audience people from academia, from industry, from society. So all 3 key players in this journey of digitalization of the transport system. So I'm looking for very interesting talks and very interesting discussion. But before we start with this, to go into the deep of this topic of digitalization of the transport system, we are going to listen to Professor Robin Teigland. Professor Robin Teigland, she's professor here at Chalmers of Management of Digitalization. And if I would say just one thing about Professor Robin Teigland, is that in 2017, she was listed by Swedish business magazine Veckans Affärer as one of the Swedish most influenced women. So please, Robin.
Tack så mycket. Thank you. What a pleasure to be here this morning, to be the one to kick off this fantastic day. As mentioned, I'm a professor here at Chalmers. I've been here for about 1 year. I came from the Stockholm School of Economics. And the reason I came to Chalmers and to Gothenburg is that I want to really understand what is happening out there with the merging of the soft with the hard, of the digital with the industry. And so what I'm going to be showing you today is not so much about products and the technologies, but more about what does this mean in the bigger picture? Where are we going? Where are we coming from? And that's what I'd like to, what I really will think about if I think about the goal for today's presentation is to very much challenge your basic assumptions about how you're thinking about how we create value in society. What are transportation firms for? What is work? Just want to leave you with that, to challenge your basic assumptions. Before we start, I just want to mention that you'll see at the bottom slideshare.net. I put up all my slides on SlideShare. I focus on social networks. And one of the basic principles of social networks is steal with pride, no reason to reinvent the wheel. So if you see something here, take it, borrow it, you feel free to use it wherever you'd like. So to get started, this is what I'm trying to make sense of, this bubble, this whirlwind, right? We have all these technologies out there. But there's lots of inventions, right? But when does it become an innovation? It's when it comes to the market, when it creates value. And who does that? That's we as people. But yet we're seeing very much changing generations, changing values, and I'll get into some of that. What I'm also trying to make sense of, there's a whole aspect of intellectual property and ownership. Maybe it's not so much about ownership of resources, but access to resources through networks. So I'm very interested in open source and open source software, open source hardware, etc. Also about finance. Because finance is very much the grease of the wheels, which is enabling all new forms of financing innovation across the globe. No matter where you are, you can access money for your ideas through crowdfunding platforms, for example. So this is what I'm trying to make sense of. Now we're putting this into the context of the transportation industry. Clearly, there's a lot of disruptions out there. And as someone once said, you know, this is the likes of which we haven't seen since the assembly line, right? We're seeing new business models. We're seeing new energy forms, new material technologies, new production means, new forms of transportation, and also lots of new forms of substitutes. I did a 3-year research project looking at virtual worlds and trying to understand how virtual worlds might influence the flow of goods and people across the globe. So there's a lot of disruptions out there, but what does that really mean? How does, if we put that into the big picture? And I think the challenge here is that we don't know. It's very difficult to understand when a disruption will occur. If a new invention comes along, when will that might become an innovation? How might that influence the way we create value? We overestimate what will change in 2 years and underestimate what will change in the next 10. This is primarily due to our networks and who we surround ourselves with, especially overestimating the next 2. The algorithms out there in Facebook, etc., Instagram, they're closing off our world, putting us in our filter bubbles, making us think, well, this is the way the world is working. But there's a whole nother network out there which has a completely different way of thinking of the world. So I'm very interested also in this whole flow of networks across, or flow of information resources across networks, because that's where innovation occurs. It's about crossing boundaries between different networks. So while we have this, it's also very much about a hockey stick effect too, that we don't even see what's going on underneath the surface. Many of you might have seen this picture before. I'll just ask the question, how many smart mobile phones are in this picture? At the inauguration of the Pope. How many smart mobile phones are there? He says 3. Anybody else? 0, right. Why did you say 0? Yeah, I mean, when did the smartphone come? Listen to the question, right? 2007, 2008 to the market. There are none in that picture. It's not that long ago. The same event, right? 8 years later, who would have guessed? And this has to do with networks. I change my behavior, it influences 2 people. Their behavior influences 2 more, and you have an exponential effect, a hockey stick, that all of a sudden you can go from 1 million to 2 million people overnight changing behavior. This is our challenge, right? It's very difficult to foresee. So if we're looking at the transportation industry, one of the things that wasn't expected was, for example, the one up there on the top. Uber, where did that come from? The first multinational taxi company ever. But now they're called transportation network companies, not taxi companies, TNCs. The reason I show you this is because this is research from MIT, where they were looking at traditional industries. And here are just 4 of them, right? You have transportation, you have lodging or accommodation, you have entertainment, and you have retail. What you notice there, you see, is one traditional firm, right? One that's existed for a long time, who's had their processes, their routines, their administrative heritage, and a new firm that said, if we look at the market, if we try to understand users and what their needs are, could we solve them in a different way? How can we use technology? How can we merge technologies, a set of them, to solve this need? And what you see then is, look at the difference in the number of employees. This isn't just automation. This is about starting over and thinking from scratch and saying it's about access to resources through networks. It's not about ownership. So these platforms, right? Many people are talking about the platform economy, the ecosystems. It's about being part of a larger network and sharing and enabling. And what is their competitive advantage? Yes, it's the data, the access to data. It's the algorithms. If you put this further into the transportation sector, what you see then is also an explosion of new business models. For example, the gray bubbles down here, this is what we had before. Did you drive or did someone else drive for you? Did you own it or did a group of people? And what you see is the kind of pink bubbles, these have all emerged. These are the new forms that have emerged due to digitalization, due to new technologies and the mergers. But it goes beyond new business models. It's also about shifting market logics. Where previously you can think of large multinationals getting down their fixed unit cost, right? For example, up there in the upper left corner, Electrolux, and then selling their washing machines across the world in local retail chains. But what happens today? As a small, medium-sized player, as an individual, I can sell my goods and services through one of these platforms to anyone in the world. 7 of the 10 largest, most highly valued organizations in the world for market cap are platform companies. And you're seeing more and more among the Chinese coming along. You have Tencent and Alibaba up there. Fascinating to see how they're thinking about the platforms. This also influences very much the transportation industry. How are things being shipped around? How are we moving ourselves? So I try to put this into perspective, an economic historian say, but this is, if you believe in patterns or trends, perhaps this is nothing new, nothing unexpected. We have a trend where you have a large innovation, 30 to 40 years later, a deep global financial crisis, and out of that blooms some type of industrial revolution, where the way we create value, the way we sustain ourselves, the way we live, work, etc., changes fundamentally across industries. Think back, how long have we actually had the firm? It's really only since the first industrial revolution. What about multinationals? When did they come along? Wasn't until the 1870s, 1880s that we had B2B, where Sweden very much leading. But what about B2C? What about H&M and IKEA and such firms? How long have they existed? Not even 100 years. But yet we take it for granted, many of us today, well, this is the way we organize value creation. This is what the transportation sector needs to fulfill, these types of needs. Well, if we're moving into a platform economy and potentially even further into this cyber physical where you have everything, right? Everything connected, where we become also cyber beings potentially, what does that mean for the way we work and live? What does that mean for the way we create value? And that's why I think it's also very interesting to study open source, because this value is created outside the traditional boundaries of a firm. Bitcoin blockchain, where did it come from? It wasn't some central bank or some hierarchy, organization with its hierarchy saying, go do this. It emerged from the bottom up of people with a shared purpose, shared goals, different motivations, but working together over the internet to develop something. So this I find interesting. What does this mean for society? And if you think about how do we live and work, it very much influences transportation, right? The first one, moving into the cities, living near the factories. But then we had the age of knowledge work and moving into offices, people commuting to work. Well, what happens as we move further and further into the age of automation? Where are people going? And in fact, it's interesting, right? There's speaking about lights out mines and lights out factories. Well, you also have lights out pizza delivery. In the US, everything, the whole chain has been automated. So from when you order, the computer takes it, right? The robot makes the pizza, it boxes it up, and it ships it off in some nice autonomous vehicle, driving it to your doorstep. So where are the people going? Because if we're talking about industrial revolutions and how people are moving around, we need to understand the people and their goods. What do they need? So if you look at that, I like to look at outliers. Because I think outliers, those are the ones who might give us an indication, a signal of where we might be going in the future. I was interviewing someone a couple of weeks ago with my PhD students who are sitting here. And we were asking about the future, the university of the future. He said, one of the things that we really lack in university education is the ability to think about the future. We're always talking about now and the past, but we really don't talk about how to look into the future. So I put this up as a signal because here's a company, this has 25% of the world market, this company. They have around 800 employees spread across the globe. They have no physical offices. These people don't go to work to an office space, right? They could be work at home. They could be working in one of these co-living spaces, co-working spaces. They travel around the world, digital nomads. What will tomorrow the workspace look like? Will it look like this? Or maybe it will be small clusters of companies coming together. Today I'm going to Vingroup to look at their network of companies. Interesting to see how also firms are maybe becoming more malleable, more like amoeba, more flexible. So if we think about that and pushing forward, what might that mean for the way we live? Well, here's a project in Holland. Let's create self-sustaining villages because we can. We can self-sustain them with energy, with health, because you have telemedicine, right? I can be operated on by somebody in Florida. I have education. I have 3D printers. I have food. So you can see how some people might say, well, let's just create our own little community where everything becomes self-sustaining and I don't need a car, I can just walk because everything is so close. And who said it had to be on land? Why don't we do it in the ocean? Seasteading. This is also interesting. This is other projects that are going on right now. So what I'm showing you is different ideas around how life might change and encouraging you to think and provoking you to think, what does that mean for our industry? Moving forward, what I think is many people are talking about urbanization. Well, I'm seeing a lot of signals for local community and circular economies, right? Especially as we move into this whole era of climate change, et cetera, and climate crisis. How can we see that we enable the reuse of our resources much more efficiently? So this is one trend, but there's so many more, right? So how can we prepare for the future? This is our challenge. What we know about the future is a very little piece. The sun will come up. What we know we don't know is a little bit larger. They're working on solving various diseases, right? Have you seen the latest, the nanotechnology one where you swallow these small little I don't know the lingo. These little nano things that go in, they find the cancer cells, and then you get one of these laser wads or whatever. It's like Star Trek, zap it, kills the cancer cells, done. Interesting to see, we don't know. Will this be a cure that will be spread out across? Will it be a failure? We don't know. What we know we don't know is other little piece. But the bigger piece is what we don't even know we don't know. Think back to that picture of 2005, right, of the mobile phones. There were no smartphones there. But yet, how do we make strategic decisions about the future? Because that's what they're about. It's about making decisions about which customers serve, which customers not to serve, which markets to be in, which not to be in. It's very difficult, but we base them on our past. And in fact, the part of our brain that helps us make decisions about the future holds our memories. So what do? We're going to do a little simple exercise to see how difficult this is. Read out loud with me, okay? I'm going to have a phrase here, and I want all of you to read out loud with me. Ready? Here we go. Opportunities are... interesting. Opportunities are now here. We're trained not to like change. We don't see the opportunities. It's difficult. But it's all about perspective, isn't it? Opportunities are now here. There are tons of opportunities out there. How do we find them? Well, what you have to do is think about using one tool, scenario thinking, not scenario planning. I say scenario thinking. I think it's a tool that we should all use. Challenging ourselves to think about different assumptions, to think what has always been the way in our industry? And what are the frictions out there that our customers have? What are the real pains? And how could we solve them differently? I mean, think about why Uber came along. The guy standing in Paris in the rain, right? Trying to hail a taxi. I don't know how many times it's happened to me. It's a big pain out there. Or feeling like you get ripped off by some taxi driver. Or you can't communicate where you're going. How do I pay in a safe manner? All these pains were wrapped into a new solution saying we can solve those. So if you want to think about how we can look into the future, it's difficult though because we tend to forecast how we think the future might be. We look at trends. We have vision. Well, 50% of the companies on the Fortune 500 list that were there in 2000 are no longer there. They all had a vision to be the number one and stay on that list. It's about scenario thinking, but it's difficult because we tend not to see the opportunities or the challenges. So what do we do? Well, I work a lot with thinking about looking at different trends. And today you're going to see a lot about technology. So I've actually chosen to focus a little bit on something else. This is called Pastel. It's a tool we use in strategy to enable us to not miss something, right? So it's about a political trend. What are the political trends going on? What are the economic trends, the sociological, et cetera? And I encourage you to actually go out and have informal meetings with people and ask them what's going on in the industry or what's going on like in your industry and what about the political trends? How might that influence future customer needs or the future of our industry? But it's difficult because you tend to want to put your own organization into that space. But it's about future back thinking. You have to think what might the future look like and how will we as an organization fit in? Doing a lot with this within education. Fascinating industry to look at. If we look at this is one that's come quite quickly. Everything that's going on with the ecological, the environmental. In fact, Pastel used to be just pest. And just in the recent years, you had to add on environmental and legal also because of all the regulations. Fascinating to see this. Sometimes I do feel like I'm in a little filter bubble. Chalmers is fascinating. All this focus on sustainability. And here's I was walking through the hall and saw this poster, you know, are you one of the 100,000 who's not going to fly in 2019? Well, this summer we had some Chalmers students come down and be interns in our project in Portugal that I'll tell you about. The student was so happy because she said on her way home it took 55 hours instead of 63 hours on the bus. How will that influence the tourism industry if all of a sudden you have people who are not, oh, I'm not flying? These are a lot of unknowns. And what about the future of energy? Last week I had a conversation with Klas, a good friend of mine from a colleague from McKinsey when I worked there when I first moved to Sweden. He's now running a private equity fund. He totally believes in hydrogen. In fact, he's leading a project in this. But yet I spoke to somebody yesterday in Oslo and he said, oh, scary stuff. What does the future hold? Oh, and by the way, Klas said, you know what about solar? Because the last day I was in California and NASA, you know what they're doing? They're going to be creating solar panels up in outer space. And how will they do that? Well, they're going to 3D print them with materials from other planets. And then we can have sun all year round. Who knows what the future of energy holds? So, what does one do? One tool that I use is scenario thinking, this matrix, where you can actually look at extremes. What are the biggest uncertainties in the, say, industry? One uncertainty is very much how fast will technology convergence go? We have lots of technologies that are being developed, but if you talk about the merging of them, right? The merging of, say, IoT together with, say, some of these algorithms with new forms of, say, biomimicry for 3D printing, et cetera, how fast will that go? Will we have low technology convergence in, say, 2035, or will it be very high? What about what's going on in the political sphere? Will we continue to see more of a global power struggle? Or perhaps there'll be some type of new world order where we all come together and say, yes, we've got to fight climate change. Let's have free trade. This is also another big uncertainty. There's different signals pointing both ways. And the idea is that when you do this, you can create 4 different scenarios, and they should all be very extreme and not like each other. And you can't assign probabilities to them. It's just about exploring potential scenarios. So if I actually went through and been trying to think about this the past few days, and here's one. What if we have a world where we have low technology convergence and this global power struggle continues to be stronger and stronger? So in one part of the world, you have total climate deniers, climate change deniers. The other, of course, the climate is changing very quickly. Or, let's hold on, no global trade at all. Let's protectionism. What happens then? You get a high degree of protectionism. What I could see, and already what you've seen some things, is high level of piracy and terrorism. Because you have this low level of technology convergence, it's more or less what we see today in the way we acquire our goods and we transport ourselves. But this power struggle is leading to many struggles across in between, and then you have piracy going on. So this was just one. I thought, well, this might be something. So then you have to worry a lot about security and traveling, do you not? Well, what about another one, about high technology convergence and, say, a global power struggle? Well, here I could see a lot more of these self-sustaining villages, right? Like I showed you, the regen, where everything is circular. Everything just goes around in the same little community. You don't need to ship things back and forth because you're self-sustaining. You have everything within there. Then what happens with transportation or the industry? This is the circular regen villages. What about if we move over to, say, high technology and a new world order, where we're working together to solve new challenges that we have, say, related to the climate, or converging technologies to solve problems with the growing population and how we're going to feed people, for example? Well, there you can see nomadic communities, people traveling all over, lots of open source drawings being sent back and forth, lots of different products, new energy resources, maybe people living in the ocean, people living in space. In fact, this is a wild thing, but somebody said, we can actually, with gene manipulation, we can create gills, we can grow gills so we can live under the water. Who knows? So completely different. That would lead to all different types of forms of transportation. And then we have the fourth one, which is, I would say, kind of business more or less as usual, kind of what we're seeing in a way could be, where we're seeing, we're different, where we're trying to work hard on developing solutions and so on, but it's slow because we have this low technology convergence. So slow transition to renewables, kind of more or less what we see. You could see that that's 4 different kind of global scenarios of what the needs would be of future customers. So we don't know what's going on, what the future holds. So if we look at this in terms of technology and what usually people think about when they're thinking about the future, we love to exploit. We love to take a technology and throw it at something and make it even better, right? So products and services are getting more and more complex. So hey, let's create a drone that carries coffee from the coffee machine to me at my desk. Wouldn't that be a great idea? This is exploitation. This is doing what you're already doing and trying to make it a little bit faster. But it's not exploring. And if you're talking about trying to figure out in terms of the future needs, it's about exploring and trying to see what might those needs be and how could I fill them? Because this is our challenge. We tend to jump right to the solution. Einstein said if I had an hour to solve the problems of the world, I'd spend 55 minutes trying to figure out exactly what the question is or what the problem is, and then 5 minutes solving it. We brainstorm around a solution before even understanding what the problem is. So I'm just going to show you that. We're going to do a little exercise. Pull out your phones, go into menti.com. You can also use the QR code, zap that, put in that, and tell me, what does this person need? Okay, let's see. Shall we look at the results? Andreas, my great technical support will pull in the results here. So what does this person need? And you got coffee, taxi, meet a friend, taxi, a ride to somewhere. No, a taxi. You can go down if you push on the arrow in the middle there. We can actually see more. Yep, saying hi to a friend, a haircut, a ride, a taxi, a cab, security, mobility. What are all of these things mostly? What's the majority of these answers, if you think about grammar. They're nouns. What does this person really need? What if we thought about it differently? What if I asked, what does this person need to do? Then all of a sudden it puts it into a different light. Andreas, you can go back now to the slide. Thank you. What does this person need to do? What I'd also like to comment on, we come back to that, is what about this silence in the room? You guys were completely silent for 30 seconds. I gave you a task, and what's the first thing you do? You jump to solving it by yourself. There was no collaboration. Did anybody talk to anybody? Why not? This world is about going from being a problem solver to a solution finder, right? I find it fascinating. I do this, and it's amazing. We're a product of our educational system, though, aren't we? We've been taught to solve problems by ourselves. What if I'd said, hey, talk to your neighbor and try to figure out what this person needs? Then there would have been a lot of activity. Where do you think innovation comes from? From you sitting there in your head? No, it's through talking to others, right? So what does this person need? What if we thought about it this way? This is where design thinking, right, which is coming out of Stanford, you have jobs to be done, out of Harvard, putting in a different perspective. What does this person need to do and why? Which I thought was interesting. There was a little bit up there, security, for example, to meet a friend, right, to get a haircut. You don't know what that person really needs, do you, when you see? Might have been waving at a friend. You have no idea. But yet we tend to jump right away to think, okay, that person needs a taxi. We don't know what that person. And design thinking is a way of really diving in and really trying to understand what are our customers' needs, what and why. Why? And how can we fulfill them? Maybe it was about some type of security. Maybe it was about rushing to the doctor or getting something before her, getting her kids before daycare was going to close. What about thinking about it differently? What does this need, and could we solve it differently? Where you don't even need, say, a taxi or a bus or something. But yet this is the way we've been taught, and the way we work. When we tend to look for solutions, we jump right into a solution. We think of a noun, but turn it around. Think about why. What does she need? Why does she need it? And how does she want to feel? And technology is only an enabler. Don't start with the technology. Start with the user needs. So exploration, this is our challenge. This is hard if we're thinking about the future. And I'm just going to wrap up with an example of what I'm doing down in Portugal. Which of these two individuals, A or B, is more innovative? They both have 5 friends, right? A in the middle with 5 relationships, B with 5 relationships. It's called a sociogram. It's a way of visualizing informal networks, which is what I really study. It's impossible to tell. You have to look at the greater network. How are people embedded in different networks? So I was feeling very much like A, where the same knowledge was going round and round and round again. I'd been in Sweden for 26 years, working as a PhD. I started my PhD at Handels in Stockholm in '96. And I thought, I need to get out. There's things going on out there. So I said, I'm going somewhere else. And where did I end up? I ended up in Peniche in Portugal. I love to surf. You have to follow your passion, right? So I started surfing a few years ago. And when I was surfing, I started getting curious about who are the people that live back there? I'm there surfing as a tourist, but what about the locals? What will their life look like? Scenario thinking. What are the assumptions that I have about the way they're living, about the way villages and coastal communities are sustaining? I think it's a beautiful place to live. God, you're right by the ocean. It's beautiful. You're sunny. What a fantastic place. So I started getting curious because I'm wondering what's happening with digitalization. And the more I learned about the fishing industry. Small-scale fleets that are responsible for 90% of our fishing catch. And I got curious about these. Went out on a boat with Luis Santana, one of the biggest fishermen. This is really fun. This is a great life. But the more I get into it, I learn about globalization, automation, and how that's influencing and challenging the norms and the ways that these small-scale fishing fleets around the world are working. So what's ended up happening? Fish are being exploited, and 80-90% of fish stocks are overfished around the globe. these small-scale fishermen, how do they compete against these? And why should I care? Well, small-scale fishing fleets, they have coastal communities around the world, several billion people who are dependent upon this industry. So I see this as a parallel to many other industries that will be affected by globalization, by automation, by digitalization. What will happen as jobs disappear more and more? Where will we be going? We have to see how can we work from the bottom up to enable new jobs, new opportunities with the help of digitalization. So that's what we started doing. So what we've actually jumped into is saying how can we reduce the pains, the frictions that small-scale fishermen fleet have? Well, one of them is they spend about 50% of their time sailing around in the sea in their boats hoping to find fish. Well, if there's no fish, you're going to be fishing much more. And in fact, they go out and they can search until the next morning, come home at 7 in the morning, tired, out there on rough seas, no fish. How do you compete against these large firms with lots of artificial intelligence that can predict maybe where the fish are going or their large nets, etc.? How can they compete? Well, we hooked up with a Norwegian company called Birdview, and what they've developed, they've merged technologies, a drone, but they're adapting this drone to very harsh offshore conditions. But it also has an echo sounder that reels down into the water. So the drone, the idea in the future is that you can train the drone to actually identify different birds flying over the sea as it flies out as a range of 50 kilometers. So the drone goes out before the boats do. It sees, it identifies, some fish over there, the drone is thinking, right? Or the algorithm. Flies over, slips down the echo sounder. The echo sounder goes into the water, measures the fish down there, much more accurate readings than the sonar on a boat because no engines to disturb it. Can actually then see how big is the catch, what is the catch, should the fisherman pull it up or not, are there dolphins in it, is it bycatch? So you all of a sudden have much more efficient fishing practices. So this is one big need we thought, well so we're working on this project, we're calling it Pelladrone. But it goes beyond that because if we think about user needs, people don't necessarily want a 1/4-inch drill, they want a 1/4-inch hole. So do you sell them the drill or do you sell them the service, right? You'll be talking about this later, right? Mobility as a service. So we're thinking, well, perhaps we can think about fishing as a service. What else could we actually provide for these fishermen? What kind of data might enable them to develop new opportunities? So the idea is we would create a system of these drones potentially, where this is still just developing. I've stepped out of my office as a traditional academic and trying to become an impact entrepreneur. Setting up a coastal system of drone, drone-like stations, so the drones can fly out, then the fishermen can purchase the data. But it's not only about the fish. What other big global challenge do we have? 90% of the waste in the ocean is on the bottom floor, on the ocean floor. We don't see it. How will we even know where to pick it up or how to get it? Well, you can train the algorithm in the echo sounder, right, to actually identify, say, fishing nets or a bicycle or whatever to map the ocean floor. We know more about Mars than we know about our ocean floor. So here's also a way to enable us to solve another global challenge. So it's both about solving the fishermen's, but also the greater challenge. So providing two services, so the fish they can fish more than just fish. And what we've done is this is actually part of something bigger. It's my last slide. I think very much moving forward in transportation, in many industries, we have to take a holistic perspective. We have to take a step back and say, we need to think circular, but how do all the pieces fit together? Well, one of our challenges, as I mentioned, is very much ocean litter. We need to pull that up to enable the breeding of fish to come back, potentially, to get rid of, say, the microplastics in there. There's much that we don't know. So we have to pull it up, but it's also about how do we do that? You don't just go and rip everything out, for example, and maybe some should be left down there. We have to do simulations, we have to explore, we have to work with fishing boats to modify them with new winches, etc., to pull up the litter. But then what do we do with it? Well, we've got lots of new technologies, don't we? Material, manufacturing technologies. So working with different companies, both in terms of looking at carbon reinforced 3D printing filament, graphene reinforced 3D printing filament, other types of manufacturing, to say, could we actually produce something new? Well, what should we produce out of this? Well, the idea there, in these coastal communities, you have very, very poor local transportation. They don't have the means. It's mostly in the cities. But yet there's so many people who need to get around. Tourists, elderly people to go to the doctor. Major problem. So they're driving cars all over the place. Well, that's really great for the environment. So could we not then, say, produce 3D printed autonomous vehicles, these pods? Everything I'm showing you already exists, right? You know about all these technologies. But it's about combining them into something new. And the whole idea is that then you can actually put these on the blockchain. So when the tourist comes, so say Peniche, they buy the local currency, and then they can take the pod, they get on it, they drive, and then what goes back, it goes back to the fishermen who've been involved in the process. Or what about the elderly lady who has solar panels on her building? She can charge the pod. She gets credits, so she can take the pod for free. But wait a minute, maybe the pod should be a mobile doctor's office, so she can call the pod to her house instead. So I think this is about taking a step back and trying to see how can we put the pieces together to challenge our traditional economic models to start thinking new about how we can solve all of these global challenges. And so I put this up here because this is the vision that I'm going for. I think it's about moonshots, right? In this Arab peninsula of Peniche, what we're trying to do is connect Portugal with Norway and Sweden with the technologies, with the focus on sustainability that we have, with the resources that Portugal has as a coastal country. And next decade is the decade of the ocean to create new business opportunities. And what I see is the Silicon Valley of ocean tech, but with European values. And with that, I hope that we'll be able to solve our global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. I think you all start to think about so many different things right now. And one of the things that you might start to think about is, okay, when are we going to get our coffee? Because it says coffee at 10 o'clock. We started a little bit late, so we will actually have a short session here as planned, about 15 minutes. So you will get your coffee, absolutely. And keep thinking about the challenges, keep thinking about what we want to solve and why we want to solve it. We will move during the morning session between technology, dig into some fairly technical aspects, but also on a more general scale. And that will happen during the day as well, of course. So we will move between these different aspects that Robin was referring to as well. I would like to ask two of my colleagues coming up on the stage. It's Erik Ström, who is a professor at Chalmers in communication technology, and it's also Nasser Nowdehi. It's always tricky. From Volvo Cars, and there you're working primarily with security aspects. So we will dig into some of these things that are related to communication. And communication is something that we've done as long as we've been around. But what we're thinking about here primarily now this morning is really on sort of the communication technologies and what does that inflict? How does it change our transport systems? Sinisa was mentioning some of these aspects. And one of the crucial aspects in this sense is really how do we make sure that it's secure? So that's where we want to start before you get your coffee. So now we are in a situation we can have vehicles, we can have them talking to each other, we can have them talking to infrastructure, we can have all sorts of communication ongoing. So I just wanted to check a little bit from your different perspectives. In this setting, when we can use all this kind of data, we collect data, we send data back and forth and so on. Are we naive when we do this, or are we doing it in a good way, or what are your thoughts? Erik, if you want to start.
Well, I mean, we can start by saying that we live now in an age where we have unprecedented possibilities driven by computing power, sensing abilities to measure our environment and to communicate this information across the globe. And this creates enormous possibilities, as Robin pointed out, a few of them, but they also enable not only good actors, but also bad actors in this system. Okay, so I think, to answer your question, I think in 30 years we will look back at this time and say, man, they did not have a clue. But I think that's true for any generation. If you look back 30 years, you see the mistakes which were made, which is much easier to see in hindsight than in foresight. So I would say, yeah, we will probably be judged as naive by our children, right? But that's what we did with our parents too.
Exactly. Okay.
I think I have a little bit of probably a bit different perspective to this question. Probably we are not that naive, but we are certainly not that well prepared, I would say. The status of cybersecurity in automotive systems, I think it lies or falls somewhere in between naive and well prepared. And there are different reasons contributing to this situation. So let's, because you use the word well prepared, so let's compare security with something that we are better prepared for in automotive industry, and that is safety. So for safety, we have well-established standards, regulations, processes, tools and methods to deal with safety issues in cars and in vehicles in general. And if you take that and ask the same question about security, the situation is totally different. We do not yet have a well-established cybersecurity standards for automotive industry. It is in development, ISO SAE 21434. It's not yet there. We do not have yet well-established regulations. Tools and methods, we have lots of tools and methods for security in IT security, general IT security. But to use those tools and methods and bring them and use them in automotive industry, that's a difficult and challenging task because of the nature of automotive systems, and because they have lack of resources. They are not as powerful as a normal computer and PCs that we are dealing with. So in safety, we have standards, the processes are well established, but in security, we are not yet there. We have a lack of expertise and lack of tools and methods. And automotive industry is a little bit slow in change.
No, the slowness of change I completely agree with. But I also want to challenge a little bit that we have these things for safety. Traditional safety, I totally agree, but connected safety, not so much.
Exactly, yeah,
Right.
I totally agree with you. Yep.
Absolutely. And please, if there are any questions, think about them, and you will have an opportunity to ask. If we dig into even more into the technical details regarding the challenges, then when we come to these communication systems and the security, what do you regard as the main, or maybe the most complex and difficult issue? I know this is a tricky question because there are so many different ones, and they all interlinked with each other as well. But you have the privacy issue, you have the intrusion issue, and you have the trust, and so on. Nasser, do you want to start?
As you pointed out, there are different complex issues in automotive security, but let's take intrusion detection system as you mentioned. We do have intrusion detection systems for traditional IT security systems, but the story is a bit different for automotive industry, and that is mainly because it's a relatively new area. There are simple questions. What type of indications of attack can be used in order to detect attacks? What is actually an indication of attack in a car, in a system? Most of the intrusion detection systems are developed for more known communication protocols. But for instance, in vehicle networks, we have CAN bus. And it's a prevalent bus technology, but we do not have any intrusion detection system for CAN bus. And what are the indications of an attack happening on a CAN bus? A lot of research has been done, so these type of questions have been already answered. But then and there are already some solutions, but the problem is that these solutions are not perfect. So let's say that if we have an ideal solution that is really good, it has like, let's say, 1 false positive alarm per day. Then you're talking about 1 million cars, and that would mean 1 million false alarms per day. How do you deal with that problem? So, and privacy is more or less the same. With regards to privacy, there are different questions. Let's say that let's say that there are business cases with trying to understand what is the behavior of the driver. One simple example that is that let's say that we are interested to know when different people with different physical attributes sit behind the wheel, different people adjust their seat in different positions. So maybe if we collect some data on where people typically position their seat, then maybe we can change our design. But the problem is that if you collect some data and if you get some GPS information, putting this information together, you might actually be able to identify people. So that is a privacy-sensitive matter. But I think I stopped there. Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I think the privacy issue is the most complex because you can correlate different sources of information and reveal, even though you make, say, a vehicle anonymous in one way, by correlating that with something else, you can break that privacy. So it's a very complex problem as I see it. So I think this is actually one of our challenges in our generation or our future generation is to balance the violation of privacy against the utility of that violation, right? And we also see, for instance, in not so what should we say, democratic settings, that you can use this technology really to suppress and control people on a scale now which is quite frightening, I would say, right? But you know, always when one talks about security and privacy and things like this, it tends to be very gloomy outlook on the future. So in contrast to Robin's very inspiring, you know, this is what we can do. Now we say that if we do it, we're screwed, right? So I don't want to say that. I just want to say, I think the vehicular industry has a big challenge in adopting well-established methods and ideas for how to deal with security, data, and privacy, and do it now, so you don't lose the confidence in your customers, right? Because you screwed up in this process. And here, I think legislation is also an important thing to make sure that we check the commercial forces that, you know, might strive you to do something quick and dirty, just to not lose commercial advantages.
And I assume, I mean, this kind of technology, it goes not only for the automotive industry, of course, it goes for any kind of communication system. So for instance, we want to make sure that Robin's drones, if we might call them that, really do what they are supposed to do and not guide these fishermen to somewhere else, just to get them away from the fish, right?
Right, exactly.
So that would be a similar kind of aspects.
Yeah. So the Internet of Things, for at least for, you know, stuff you have in your home and so forth, are well known to be very insecure, right? But when it comes to industrial IoT, that needs to be secure, right?
Yep.
Because it's bigger values and bigger stakes, basically, in this.
Very good, thank you. And I would just like to open up the floor for 1 or 2 questions. I think that's what we may have time for. So do we have any questions to Erik or Nasser? Yes, do we have a microphone?
Do you make a difference between private information and personal information? Because you mentioned the fear of somebody might know where I am. Everybody knows where you are, if they want to, because you have a phone in your pocket. So how do you view the difference between personal and private?
Can we start from?
Sure.
I hope that I understood your question properly, but to me, personal information and private information, I think it, to some degree, it also depends on your opinion. It varies person to person. I might consider my GPS, I might consider my location at some cases private. It might sound a little bit naive, but I think it depends on situation. But that's not the case most of the times. Most of the times, your location is not a private. Everybody knows where you are. But privacy is where, let's say that how should I put it? If, for instance, I consider the fact that I don't want everybody to know to which route I take to work every day. I consider that a privacy matter, but it's not a private matter for sure. That's at least how I differentiate between the two. That the route that I take to work every day, that's a privacy matter, because then if somebody knows that which route I take every day to work, I might be a target of target advertisement. Connecting that to a few other information, private information about me, you can realize what is my taste, so that you put targeted advertisement in my route to work every day. So that's how I see the difference between these two and how this combination might work.
And I think also that we who live in Sweden with a big trust of our government, we don't see how these things could be used for bad things in other parts of the world. Okay, so even my travel here would be something that I would like to keep private, or out of the hands of anybody really, except my family perhaps.
Okay, any other question? Yes, there's one up in the corner.
Excuse me. You mentioned government standards and regulations and standards as a problem solver for meeting improving cybersecurity and fighting the hackers. Don't you think government relations and standards take a long time to enact and to adopt? Hackers move quickly. They move just, they're working on it all the time. Are you really thinking that this will solve the problem? I have a hard time understanding that, but please explain why you think this will work.
So I'm not sure if I followed your question to 100% here, but of course, whatever. It's a cat and mouse game, right? You have the good actors and your bad actors. The good actors do something, the bad actors figure out a way to circumvent this, right? So it's a never-ending competition between these two things. But we have some technology which is very good. It just needs to be applied in the right way, and then we have pretty good security, I would say, right? But if you do it wrong, then we have no security. And I think what we need to do, what we need to strive in security is to make it not economically, it's not going to be worth the effort to mess with our systems, right? Of course, if you throw a nation state's resources behind this, they will break our security. Right, and the reason why we don't have more security is because it's expensive, and also the more security you put in, the less useful the product or the service is also. So to strike this balance is of course what we need to do, to make it not so much of a nuisance, not so much of a problem as it, to keep the security problems at a reasonable level, something we can live with. Right? As we do on the internet all the time, right? It's full of security problems, but we still find use of it. We accept this typically.
And to add to that, given enough time, money, and expertise, many systems can be compromised. So again, we're talking about a balance, as you say, and make it as challenging and as difficult as possible for hackers, as you put it, to compromise the system. There is no absolute security, I would say. So this competition between people who secure the systems and people who hack the system is not going to end anytime soon, I would say, or never, basically.
I support what you're saying, but I think you mentioned government standards and regulations to solve this. What you say now is what I support, but on the other hand, the government regulations, I don't see how they can fight this. But what you just said is what I think is very true.
If your question is about how regulations can support this, is that your question, I think?
Yes, that's my question.
Yeah, so regulations, I think, there, at least the most important aspect is that regulations require type approval. That means that the design of the car or the vehicle has to be type approved. Otherwise, you're not allowed to sell the car. And that means that you have to put enough enough effort and in designing the system in a secure way, or at least secure enough, so that it matches the standards and the best practices. So how regulations can benefit the customers and the owners of the vehicles is that they put pressure on the automotive industry and the entire ecosystem, the suppliers, everybody who works with every piece of function and software and hardware in the car to follow the best practices. And eventually that makes it harder for hackers to hack the system. If the system is secure enough, that obviously makes it a little bit more difficult for them to hack the system. That's how I see it, at least.
And of course, regulation and will not solve the problem.
Yes.
But it could put a playing field, just enough such that the playing field is level for the commercial actors to can take responsible decisions. That, I think, is the key, right? So, I mean, GDPR, it's a pain in the neck, right? But it's at least an attempt to do something about privacy here in Europe. Yeah.
Okay, I still don't agree, but that's fine.
Okay. So maybe you could continue that discussion over coffee, because we're breaking for coffee now. I'm looking at the watch, and I would like to have you back at 10:35. I would also like to have the speakers for the next session just coming down here. So 10:35, we're back here. And thank you. Okay, the doors have closed, so please take your seats. I won't ask you to fasten your seatbelts. I don't think we need that, but you never know. I was reminded in the break that I forgot to introduce myself in the first session. Magnus Granström, Director of SAFER, the Vehicle and Traffic Safety Center here at Chalmers, but also active in the area of advanced transport, leading one of the profiles. So that's my role here. So welcome to the second half of the first session. And I would like to introduce and welcome Henrik Sahlin from Ericsson, who's a senior researcher at Ericsson. And he will talk about the challenges and the opportunities that we have now with connectivity and digitalization for the transport area. So please, Henrik.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be back here. I work at Ericsson here in Gothenburg. And previously I have a PhD here from Chalmers as well, so it's very nice to be back in these locations. But today I will talk about connected automotive and what are the challenges and opportunities that we have now when we connect our vehicles. The subject is kind of we redefine the vehicle. Traditionally, we use our ears and our eyes to drive the car. That's the sensors we are using, possibly the nose as well, if there's a prong with the engines. But now the vehicles are equipped with a huge number of onboard sensors like LiDAR, radar, etc. But one of the sensors that I will focus on is the connectivity. that you have yet another sensor, another possibility to get information to the car and sense the environment. In order to structure all these possibles that we have with connectivity, we sorted it in these 8 areas. And very briefly, these are the kind of use-centric way of looking at the connectivity. These are the use cases that we need. And all of these use cases have different demands on the connectivity, different requirements. Starting with, if we go counterclockwise, road infrastructure. That's the traffic lights, that's the cameras by the side of the roads. Telematics, that is software updates or diagnostics from the engines. Logistic connected goods, that's where you connect each packet, each parcel, or even the cars then to know where they are. Convenience and infotainment is about that when the cars get more and more autonomous, even when they get self-driving, we expect that the driver will actually consume much, much more movies and entertainment. Vehicle as a sensor, that's about using the car to collect information like traffic roads, if it's slippery roads or weather conditions, it could be there is a road work or something. Fleet management, about transportation, having all the cars managed. And autonomous driving, advanced driving systems, that's a huge field where you get downloading high definition maps and you share also your intentions. And finally, the CITS in the top there, collaborative intelligent transport system. This is how we collaborate with other cars. And I think that's the top one. That's perhaps the most challenging and the most interesting. This is what we do when we drive our cars today. We look at other drivers, we have eye contact, we're waving at people at the side of the road. And this is the kind of extension of that one onto the connectivity. So the problem here, I would say the problem, the opportunities, all of these can use cellular connectivity today, and we use a lot of cellular connectivity in the cars already today. With one area then, that's the CITS, where we have big challenges. And this is about communication with others. How should we communicate? We need a common language, right? We cannot have one car talking one language and another car talking another language. So this is where we really have to agree within the industry to talking the same language. All of the others, I would say, each car manufacturing can have its own solutions. So looking somewhat at this CITS realization, we have 2 main trends today. Either we use the Wi-Fi or we use the cellular systems. We somewhat distinguish also with the direct communication and the indirect distinguish. So we have 2 columns here and a few use cases, like this V2V, direct car-to-car communications. With a direct communication system, you establish the link directly between the car. By the indirect, the communication go through the cellular network. V2I, to infrastructure, the same, go directly to the traffic lights or by the traffic light, where the traffic lights can be wired to the cloud, or it could also be wireless then to the cloud. Pedestrian, the same. We can connect directly to the pedestrian, but the pedestrian needs to talk the same language. It must be able to communicate on either this Wi-Fi or cellular then, in order to communicate directly with the car, or it can communicate over the cellular network. Finally, and maybe this is one of the areas where we see most benefit in collaborating, is connecting to the network as well, because you get so much more additional information if you're connected to the network. Like, again, weather conditions, again, you get download maps, you get information of hazards, collisions on the road, etc. So we see the big benefit of using the cellular technology, because this is a deployment that's already out there today, right? We have coverage on most roads today with varying quality. I will return to that actually later. We have security solutions for cellular network with SIM card authorization, etc. And we have this wide area coverage, which is somewhat problematic with this local that you have to connect, reconnect, etc. Another big difference here is that these direct short range, they usually use unlicensed net frequencies, which means that you have to compete to get your resources, really. In the more cellular, you have a manager, you have someone that controls the resources and gives out the resources based on their need, their reliability needs, etc. So, what about 5G then? This is one of the cellular technology that's kind of booming right now. Everyone talks about 5G. So, what's in it for us in automotive? The numbers there on the blue background, these are the improvement, the big great things that we get with 5G as compared with earlier generations. So we get much higher data rate, lower latency, we get more data, more connected devices. We can save a lot of battery times. We can use devices with almost no power consumption at all. And finally, we can connect a number of devices. Now, you don't get all of these at once. You cannot have everything. So the point with 5G, this is really that it's an adaptive system, or you can configure the system to what you want. So you can, in one end, have the massive communication there. Really low power communication, a huge number of devices with big battery time. Or you can configure it in another way with extremely low latency and extremely high reliability of the systems. And then also with very high velocity. So this is really the key thing, I think, with 5G. It's an extremely flexible system which you can configure the way you want to use it. And I would say for most of the automotive use cases, you don't really need all these numbers. You can do a lot with already the 4G systems with some configurations. Oops. Right, I will show you one example now with a short movie. This was a use case that we tried out at Astasero. That's a test ground outside Borås, close to Gothenburg. We have 3 vehicles. 2 of them was autonomous and 1 of them was manually driven. And we started them at the same distance of an intersection with the same speed and driving towards the intersection. Now, these were all connected then to our cellular network that we deployed out there at Astasero. So that these cars could communicate and start to negotiate who should pass the intersection first and who should back off and who should accelerate so they would not collide in the intersection. And as you see also, we had blocks. We have some kind of city simulation around it. So the car don't see each other until it's actually too late when they're in the intersection, right? So here you see the intersection, and that's the truck. The truck was manually driven then in order to don't waste energy in braking the truck. Let the personal car adapt their speed instead. And it went well. And the condition then for this algorithm was in the white square there in the middle. There should only be 1 car in that square at the same time then. This is extremely futuristic. This will not happen for many, many years, if ever, that we have these very smooth traffic systems in reality. Because it's really that you have to rely on the systems, right? You really have to rely on the system if you have a car or this big truck then, just a few meters in front of you. So we actually put the guy that designed the system in the white car there. So he was the most dangerous car. But the learnings from this one is not perhaps that this will happen in a few years. It's more a learning about the extreme low latency and high reliability that we have in the systems. that we were able to design the system and having this control loop, because you know in control loops, delays in control loops, that's always a pain. But here, even with a 4G system, this was actually a 4G system, we were able then to run these control algorithm and adjust so they were not colliding. So that's the main message, highly reliable cellular system with low latency. So when can you rely on a system then? And this is one of the key questions with cellular network. And this is where we run projects today then, to predict when do you have good quality. So you can know that in advance, now I'm entering an area with bad coverage, where I cannot download large files. In a few hundred meters or a few kilometers away, I will enter a good area again. So let's wait with downloading this high definitions map. Or let the kids download their Netflix movies now before we enter the bad areas. And it could also be that one of these cells is highly loaded because there's a lot of people there. And then you also know we talk about quality of service prediction, not only coverage prediction. But it's an extremely difficult problem, this one. You have to know where the car is heading, right? So you have to communicate with the navigation system of the car. And you have to know this, how the signal quality varies over time. And it's a lot of parameters that change over time. And this load of the system is highly time varying. So this is a typical difficult problem, and where we resort to AI type of algorithm to solve this. Another very important problem is vulnerable road user protection, like pedestrian, bicycles, etc. Is identified a huge problem only in European Union. We have about 7,000 VRU fatalities per year. That's at 29%. Anything that we can do in this area, extremely important and beneficial for the society. But there's a lot of challenges here. One of the challenges is positioning. You have to know the position of the pedestrian. You have to predict where he's going in the future. And the prediction is important so you reduce the false alarms. Because if you get a lot of alarms that pedestrians is nearby, that might cross the street, you will turn off the system. You will not use it. So it has to be very reliable in that sense. And what we are working with is then probabilities. So if you have a low probability, the car could be more aggressive, but it's a high probability, then the car will back off its speed. And then we have what Erik talked about earlier, of course, integrity and security in this case. You have to anonymize all this data on the way. You cannot let the car, of course, share this. A short movie on how it possibly could look then in the car when you're using this system. The red bracket, that's what the cameras or the sensors in the car can see. And then you have sensors by the side of the road as well. In this case, mark it with yellow. So that pedestrian coming in from the left there, all right, it's not visible until now from the car. But by having this sharing of information, we can then improve the way that we see pedestrians and other vulnerable road users. But the reduction of false alarm, that's the challenge for the future. Because otherwise, I mean, just detecting the users that are nearby, that is solved today. This was an example then of using cameras by the road. You can also then envision that you have your connected phone that share your position. If you then share your position, then it's a lot about reducing the power consumption, of course, and it should be something that the user really wants in the end. Oops, going too far. So that takes me to the summary slide. Connectivity makes easy. One of my messages here today is 5G will give us a lot of opportunities with better use cases. But 4G can also be used already today. It's when we analyze these users, the different use cases, we see that most of them can already be then provided with our 4G system. And there is also a risk that the industry waits for 5G and say, yeah, let's wait until we have 5G everywhere and then we will start to deploy all these systems. That is not needed. Managing complexity, there's still a lot of research that has to be done in this area about how to configure the cellular access and system, but also to use artificial intelligence, for example, in this pedestrian prediction of where they are heading. We are starting up projects now here with Chalmers Mechatronics department about using AI for these kind of problems. And also to find the use cases. Because as we heard today from Robin, for example, the use cases are developing all the time, and we find new use cases and new challenges. So this is where we have to be on our toes all the time. So that's my message today, opportunities, that we see a lot of opportunities with this connected automotive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henrik. And we will get him up on stage again a bit later, just before lunch. So you can think about the questions to Henrik and really formulate them now. Also, I'd like to just pass on the apologies from Volvo Construction Equipment and Christian Grante, because you're now all expecting to hear some exciting presentation about autonomous driving in mines. Unfortunately, Christian is not able to be here today. So we move on to our next speaker, who is Ljunggren Söderman, Associate Professor at Chalmers. And we will then look at the transportation, the future of transportation from another kind of aspect, because we have to propel our vehicles somehow. We have to have some kinds of fuels. We have to move them in a good way and in a sustainable way. So please, Maria.
Thank you. So now we will shift the focus a little bit and talk about the material resources that are actually needed for propelling the vehicle fleet, and also for accomplishing all these advanced technologies and functions that we wish to have in the fleet. So digitalization is one of the examples, but there are many others that are driving increased use of metal resources. So to this title, I added a second question. Why are critical metals important for transportation? And I will start by giving short answers to these two questions. What critical metals do we have in the fleet? Well, more than 25 critical metals is what we have found in our research. I'm sure that there are more. And why are they important? Because they are critical, and they are increasingly used, but mostly only once. So this means that we do not have a circular use of these metals. They are used once, and then when they reach recycling, they are lost. And that is clearly not sustainable, and it doesn't improve the situation with the criticality. So these are my two main messages today, and now I will explain a little bit more about why it is this situation. So I notice an increased awareness around metal resources related to transportations. Questions like, is there enough lithium to feed the need for batteries when it comes to electrification? From where do we source important resources such as cobalt? What are the conditions in the sourcing location? We also see that these resources are really part of geopolitics and industrial competition between countries. So China is threatening to cut off the rare earth supply to the US as part of the trade war ongoing between these two countries. And we also see, interestingly, that China was very aware about the value of having access and actually extracting and having an industry extracting these metals already in the early 1990s. There is oil in the Middle East, there is rare earth in China. So very clearly having a strategy already at that time. And interestingly, just before that, the US was dominating in extracting and refining these metals. So the positions have changed in that area. So we see that when it comes to the extraction of resources, primary resources extracted from mines, there are concerns. And on the other hand, we see that the resources that we already have extracted and that are available in our products through recycling are not really recovered in a good way. What do we do with the batteries, and what metals do we actually recover from batteries? And we heard on the news last week, I was one of the persons who were interviewed, that rare earth metals are not recycled or reused today. And this is the case for many of the metals. So even if we have an increasing concern about having access to these metals, we are not in line with our recycling systems. And what is even more complicating the situation is that products are relying on an increasing quantity and an increasing diversity of metals. So it's not only vehicles, we have lots of different products that become more and more complex, using more and more metals. So this is just an example for illustrating the development. And we see that we have our daily products, such as smartphones and laptops, but we also have more emblematic products like batteries for electric drivetrains, for example, which receive quite some attention right now. But many other parts of these products or products, they fly under the radar. They don't really get the attention that they should have. So we have the supply concerns, and we have the increasing demand and high economic importance of having access to these metals. And this is precisely what makes up the two dimensions of criticality. So the European Union or the European Commission is doing criticality assessment since 2011. This is the third one. They will issue another one, I think, early next year, where they look at supply risk and economic importance for the EU and point out raw materials that are relatively more critical for Europe. And we have lots of exotic elements in there, and not all are metals, but many are. And this led us to starting to look into what we actually have in vehicles. So I've spent quite some time in my own research trying to map what is in vehicles and what it is that drives the use of these metals. So through various means, we have mapped more than 25 metals by now. And we can see that they occur as alloying elements. They are in catalytic components. We have many of them that are in electrical, electronic, and magnetic components. And if we try then to say something about which technologies it is that drives this use of critical metals, we see a range of different ones. So controlling tailpipe emissions with catalytic components, lightweighting, where we use lightweight steels, which become lightweight and strong enough because they use alloying elements. Safety is also linked to the structural components, but also to the electronics and equipment that is in the vehicle. And then we have also kinds of different technologies, infotainment, connectivity, which links to the theme of today, digitalization, and also electrification. We see automation as also a driver, and it's not only that we have them in the vehicle, we need external infrastructure for managing these technologies and the functions that we want to have from them. And this is research that is just being initiated. There are not so many people working on it yet. And we have a hard time finding the information that we need for doing our assessments. Vehicles are very complex products. They vary in time and over time, and it's difficult to get access to the data. But what we did when we had these material profiles for different types of vehicles, we matched them with information about the European vehicle fleet. And here it is light-duty vehicles, so the trucks and the buses and so on are not involved because we have much less information about those. And we try to estimate how much metals are being put on the market every year. So here are examples of gold and neodymium in new vehicles, and this sums all of the EU member states. So going from 2000 until 2015 with historic data and then a few years projected. And here we can see two different patterns. So gold is increasing quite early in this period, and this is because we have seen that the quantity of gold is increasing per vehicle, and it is linked to the introduction of electronic equipment in the vehicle. There are estimates of being around 50 electronic control units in a vehicle. They are sort of everywhere, and they contain a lot of gold. At least it becomes a lot when you summarize it on the European level. So here we have, it stabilizes on 30 tons of gold going into the European fleet every year. And you can also see here that we have presented the distribution over different drivetrains. So the red and yellowish ones are the ones that are linked to electrification, whereas the gray ones are petrol and diesel. So for gold, we see a stabilization over time, but for neodymium, which is part of permanent magnets, we see a large increase over time, and we see also that when we introduce the electrified drivetrains, the red and yellow ones, we see even more rapid increase. And I will come back to that a little bit later, focusing on neodymium. But what we also did was to look at the entire fleet and how it shifts over time. The results I presented were represented what is being put on the market every year, but then we have resources in the running fleet, and we have also vehicles that reach recycling every year, and the arrow with 8 million tons represents the ones that we know reach recycling. We also have imported used vehicles and exported used vehicles. This is just a small share when it comes to Europe as a whole, even though there are exchanges between countries within Europe. But we also see that we have a large outflow, which we call unknown whereabouts. And this represents vehicles that we do not know where they are, and we are not even sure that they exist. It's a combination of both, because here we have vehicles that do not reach recycling, that we know for sure. But where they are, we don't know, or if it is that we do not really have control of the information, that we have a real data gap, that is also part of this. In any case, it is a significant share that does not reach recycling, and this is really important. because if we look at neodymium, again as an example, and look at what is being generated and at end of life when vehicles are not longer in use, we see, this is, represents the cumulative amount of neodymium over time. So we see, for example, that we have, if we start by looking at the small blue part of this graph, this represents concentrated neodymium, which is in electric motors of electrified drivetrains. So it is small, it is increasing, and it will become larger later on. But here we have not had so many electric vehicles that have reached recycling yet or end of life yet. We also see the yellow one, which is neodymiums, which are dispersed over many electric motors in the vehicles. And if you remember from the graph with the put on market numbers, we saw a large increase already with petrol and diesel engines. So this quantity is clearly higher than the one that we find in electric drivetrains. And I think this is new, and this is really important, because we tend to focus on what is in concentrated, clearly defined and well-known components, while other components fly under the radar, but could be just as important or even more important. And also, if we see what is under the blue line, we have the gap, where we have resources, probably, which do not reach recycling, or we do not know to what extent they exist, actually. So all this represents recycling potentials. And if we look at the concentrated ones, those are the ones that we are most likely to be able to recycle, whereas the yellow ones are much more difficult to recycle from an economic point of view, and the gap we don't know. Of course, we cannot recycle it because we do not receive it to recycling. And interestingly also, if we compare this, because all is actually lost at this point, and if we compare this to the current global consumption, we have 23,000 tons, and over this period that we have mapped, the losses in the European fleet are around the same order of magnitude, so accumulating to 16,000 tons at the end of this period. So this means that we are losing a lot of resources. So it's quite sad as an outlook, I think. And clearly we would want to do something about this. Unfortunately, this is not the only metal, neodymium, which has these problems. We did an overview or tried to estimate which metals are being recycled today. So in terms of critical metals, and there we could see that we only have the green one here, platinum, which is being functionally recycled, whereas we have the yellow ones that might be recycled if they reach the proper recycling path, but we are not sure that they do that. And then we have the red ones that are clearly lost, no matter what recycling path they reach. So there are so many of these critical metals that are lost at end of life, and that's why I said at the start that they are only used once. At the same time, we have, from another perspective, a well-functioning recycling system. We have ELV directive targets, which says that we should recycle more than 85% of the materials. And then we can also recover some energy. Only 5% of a vehicle can go to landfill. But this is based on a mass, the total mass. And since these critical metals make up such a small share of the total mass, this directive does not give incentives to start to recycle these metals. And what is even or also makes the situation difficult is that we recycle because we want to recover the economic value that is embedded in the materials. And it's only a small share of the total value of the vehicle that remains at end of life. So you see this small little material value over the lifetime of a vehicle. And this is what we need to recover to make recycling work from an economic point of view. And if we look at what materials actually make up this value, it is mostly steel, aluminium and copper, and those are the ones that are already well recovered today. So the economics do not speak for these critical metals either. And then we have the product design. I already talked about these metals being used dispersed over many components and that they are used in small quantities. And this means that we cannot recycle them as we do because we need to dismantle them and send them to some specialized recycling. If they go into the large vehicle shredder, they will be lost and dispersed into other material streams. And we did some experiments on this, dismantling trials with a very skilled dismantler. We have several films on that. You can look up at Vimeo. And here he is trying to dismantle a control unit for the ABS. And it took him a little bit more than 1 minute to do that. And then he could dismantle and send this control unit to precious metal recycling, and maybe that could be done in an economically feasible way with the time it takes him to do this and all the other steps that needs to be done afterwards. So it is hard as well to establish a recycling system based on these conditions that product design presents. So here is now the final slide, in which I want to again repeat, why do we need to bother about these metals? We want to have the functions that they provide, and we need to manage the short-term material scarcity risks, which is linked to the criticality, but also the long-term material risks, because it's not sustainable to keeping using them just once and then losing them from further use. And how could we enable this to improve? First of all, I think that we need to create awareness about the situation, how are metals being used, and what actually happens to them at end of life. And to increase the knowledge base on that. We also need to understand that recycling is a value chain with many actors involved, and this is not going to be solved by the recyclers themselves or just one recycler. It's a system of actors that needs to be aligned, and it is also extremely important that the manufacturers of the products, or in this case the vehicles, are on board. And on that note, the product design is also clearly important. Design for recyclability and longevity, or substituting these metals where they are not needed. And we have seen also, when it comes to establishing recycling systems for other materials, such as packaging or steel, that policy has been important. As a strict driver, if we have regulations, but also if we have government initiatives trying to coordinate actors to start collaborating. So we see, for example, that Switzerland is trying to enforce metal-specific recovery for ELV. So they are talking about recovering gallium and tantalum and some others. And they have been talking about that for several years now, but are still not in agreement of which components to have on the list. So it's hard. At the same time, we see that the EU is becoming more and more aware of this in industry policy, in mobility policy, circular economy is there, and also a revision of the end-of-life vehicle management directive. And we even heard the first vice president of the Commission saying in an interview the other day that it is extremely important to recycle. And this was on the topic of rare earth metals. And even going as far as saying that if this doesn't develop quickly enough, taxation could be an opportunity. So this summarizes what I wanted to present to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, and I would like also Henrik to join us here on the stage. And before I pass on the or open the floor for questions, I actually have a couple myself. I'm a bit curious also when you look at the recycling and taking care of the different components and so on, because so far, of course, you focused on sort of traditional vehicles. Then we see the increase of electrical vehicles and so on. Have you looked into the differences when you look at the fully electrical vehicle? Because it's a completely different set of components to a certain degree, and then there's a similar kind of components as well. So have you looked at that?
We have tried to map the differences as best as we have could in our studies of the European fleet, and we have actually tried to have 65 different types of vehicles, but it's very difficult to get the data to really represent the differences. But I think that's something that we need to look into much more.
Yes,
yeah.
You could imagine that. I mean, in one way, it's a simpler construction or design of the vehicle in that sense. But at the same time, it's a different set of components. So, okay, thank you, Henrik. Looking at these communication systems and the new standards and whatever it provides in terms of opportunities, how do you look at? I mean, Ericsson is a truly global company. How do you look at this from a global perspective when it comes to the communication systems for the vehicles?
In the sense that we have to have similar systems in different countries, of course, because our cars are really moving between countries and different. So you cannot really be connected only to one operator and one system. You must have a system where you can cross borders and use them in different countries. It's extremely important that we get spectrum licenses, both for these CITS type of systems and for the other ones that we can use in different countries as well.
And you see that is that kind of discussion and a coherent regulation and so on is really ongoing. If we look at the different parts of the world, and I'm just coming from a presentation regarding traffic safety in Africa, so that's why I'm kind of bringing this question up in a sense. I know that there you have quite a good mobile network in a sense, but can it also fulfill these requirements?
Not always, and that is somewhat a coverage problem in many countries, that you don't have the connectivity everywhere in the cities. I think that Sweden and we are very well prepared here, but Europe is not everywhere as well prepared, and definitely not Africa, unfortunately. There is a lot of discussions, of course, whether we should have regulation from the government of requiring that all the cars should be connected. We see different trends in different countries. In China, they are going completely for the 3GPP kind of cellular system. US was earlier almost into this kind of Wi-Fi system, but then they changed the White House government, and now we don't know how it will evolve, actually. Europe is somewhere in between. It's, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions and comments? I'm sure there are several of them.
Hello, I have a question to Maria. You mentioned substitution as a possibility to reduce the number of critical metals that are used. So I wondered, do you have some more to say about that? What are the possibilities, how we can design the vehicles? So this is, I mean, it could be like recommendations for the vehicle industry. How should they think to be part of the solution of this problem?
Well, I wish I would have more to say about it, but I can say a few things. And first of all, there are probably applications where it's difficult to substitute. And if you substitute, you would substitute to another critical metal. So that doesn't improve the situation. But then there are many situations where these metals are probably not really required. If vehicles are overspecified, or if they could be used, if other types of components could be used. So, for example, I'm involved in a little bit involved in a project right now at Chalmers, where we're looking at other types of magnets for the electric motor, which would not then require these rare earth elements. And also I can see that we have examples of these magnets being used in seat adjustments or in hi-fi equipment, rear view mirror motors, and do we really need those magnets in those applications? I'm not sure. So that is what I can say right now.
Question up there.
Hi, thank you both of you for being here today. I have a question to Maria as well. You mentioned the difficulties you had to gather the data for making your research. And I wondered if it came from the car manufacturers that were not willing to give the data, or what were the difficulties?
So could you repeat the last bit?
Yes. What were the difficulties you encountered to gather your data to make your research?
We have been able to use a little bit of the data that exists within the automotive industry. So they have the International Material Declaration System, IMDS, which we had the opportunity to look into a little bit, but this is also restricted because of confidentiality in the supply chain, so you cannot use it or access it any way you wish. So there is data, much more data with the manufacturers. But then we had to also rely on dismantling trials and other researchers doing chemical analysis of components, either in vehicles before being shredded, or a mix of shredded vehicles after, at the output from the shredder. So yeah, and then it's really difficult to understand because there are so many varieties, and if one component is in the vehicle or not can make the whole difference. So understanding the complexity and understanding the variety between different models and also over time is really challenging.
I'd like to ask a question regarding Ericsson. The question relating to quality of service prediction. I was expecting something about this trolley problem, or when there's a binary situation where the car is going to kill someone or is going to kill the driver or the passengers in the car. I would like you to touch on how the AI algorithms are going to solve this problem. For instance, in the trolley problem, when set of passengers just cross the road, and there are two ways. It's either those 5 passengers are killed, or there's another route where maybe an old man is passing there. So how is the AI solving this problem regarding integrity and the lives of the people on the road?
One simple answer to your question is that we don't know yet, because this is a starting up project. So we really don't want to close any doors at this stage on how to use AI. But what we know is that we have a lot of information in our systems that we can extract. So we have from inside our baseband processing and our resource management, there's a lot of this internal information in our base station that we can use, like how much loaded is the cell, how much bits are the devices requiring in different places when they travel around, across or along the roads, I would say. So we know that there is a lot of information available, which cannot be extracted if you take for over-the-top users, like these map providers here, TomTom, etc. They also try to do this, but they don't get this information on a deeper level. So I think that's the key of finding these important measures that's hidden deep down in our system, and extract them and expose those to these kind of algorithms. Was that? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. Depending on the situation, who is blamed? Is it the the one who wrote the algorithm, the company, or the owner of the car? Who is to blame?
Yeah, this is the million-dollar question. Yeah, it's. This is something that we have to solve in the future, I guess. I know we have to solve it in the future. Who is really responsible? It's the car has to take decisions on its own sometimes to avoid a collision. What should it select then? Crashing into a tree or hitting the pedestrians? Yes, these are all these ethical problems that we have to solve. What we can do right now is to provide a lot of technical support, so we don't enter those situations or reduce the effect of those situations as much as possible. I'm sure that when we have autonomous car, there will be a debate to saying, now the autonomous car did that and that, and we don't want them in the street. But we also have to compare what's the level today. What can we improve from today's level? I think that's the important measure. But of course, the eyes will be on these kind of solutions. They will be, if they do mistakes, it will be visible, yes.
Yes, and just to follow on what you're saying, that this is really ongoing in so many different contexts right now, this discussion, and it differs a bit in different parts of the world as well, where you sort of put the focus and how much you still put the focus on the driver, even though the car is driving itself. What kind of responsibility goes with the insurance companies? What goes for the vehicle manufacturers and so on. I'm sure there are people in the room who are also involved in these kinds of discussion, but it is extremely complicated, but it has to be solved. So it's a very good question. Okay, any more? Yes, we have a question, and one over there as well. And we do have some time, because the kitchen told us that they don't want us until 22. So
I have a question for the Ericsson regarding your system, the system you presented for the detection of pedestrians. So I suppose that one big challenge is that pedestrians are unpredictable. Yeah. So sometimes they violate the rules, right? And they have a more unpredictable path, for example, compared to cars or other road users. So my question is, are you considering this challenge? So how are you managed to to solve this problem. So,
Exactly.
I mean,
it's a very good question, because it's really those that we can predict perfectly. That's not the problem. It's those that behaves differently that we have to be able to identify. And typically, then it's that's the key also, to identify which kind of vulnerable road users are behaving in a more unpredictable ways. I would say animals, dogs, cats, children are more unpredictable, unfortunately, than many others. And this is where we have to train and learn the algorithms very much. So I think that we earlier underestimated the challenge of this problem. It's much more difficult, and we also need much more data to train our algorithms. So we need to go out there, have cameras on our cars, gathering a lot of information for this one. Then it's of course possible to construct a car that stops for any unpredictable behavior of any object. But you don't want to sit in that car, because it will drive extremely slowly and it will stop for anything. So it's really of optimizing or maximizing the comfort and in relation to the risk of accidents. So that's the trade-off we always have to do, to be able to stop if these pedestrians do something unpredictable or unexpected.
Thank you. There was a question up in the corner.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Katrin Sjöberg and work for Scania. So I unfortunately missed some of your presentations here now in this session, but I would just like to comment a little bit on the connectivity as such for the automated vehicle. As we see it, is that we need to have complementary technologies, and commercial vehicles have been connected for over 2 decades, so it's nothing new for us using telematics and using the cellular technology for providing new services. My second point is that the Wi-Fi based system is not an or Wi-Fi or cellular connectivity. It is actually something that is closing the gap between the line of sight sensors, radars, cameras, lidars, and the cellular technology. So I just wanted to emphasize that those are not exclusively mutual, those two technologies. And I think when we can get all the different sensors and information from infrastructure and so on, then we really can put connected and automated driving onto the streets. Just a comment for clarification. Thanks.
Can I comment?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a very good point, and that we should see the cellular system as one additional sensor in the network. The car has a lot of sensors on board, and then, of course, the car should be able to drive autonomously without the connectivity. Connectivity provides additional information and sensors. And also, I agree, we cannot only rely on the cellular system. We need this short-range communication as well. There are always situations where you run out of coverage, you're not connected to a cellular network, or the cellular network is, by some reason, breaking down. We always have to have this short-range communication as well. And it could be Wi-Fi, yes, definitely.
Okay, and I think we have a final question.
It's one question.
Maybe you could have another. Yeah.
Hello, and thank you for the presentation. I had one question to Maria. I think I got confused on the aspect of the critical metals being lost. Where are they lost, or what do you mean by lost?
It means that they are being lost from further functional use, so they are dispersed in other recycled materials, so mixed up in the steel, recycled steel, for example, and then later on ending up in the slag from the steel refinery, or they could be dispersed in the landfill residues. They sometimes material from shredding goes into road construction. So we don't really know where these metals end up. because it's really difficult to control and to measure, and we haven't done that much yet. So we are, in a way, trying to manage needles in a haystack. So, yeah, but it means that they cannot be used again for their own properties.
Thank you. And a final question then before we break for lunch.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I wonder if you could wish what you ever wanted from your point of view of the politicals in Sweden. Do you have any wish?
Is this for me? Or?
For both of you. I think when in your research, you maybe see things that are acute to take care of by politicians. And what would that be? Thank you.
You start.
Okay, yeah. So I see that there are some low-hanging fruits that could be managed already today. And for example, we have, I was talking about the electronic control units, and we know that we have precious metal in there, such as gold and silver. And these present an economic opportunity that is not being exploited yet. And I think that that is mostly because of lack of infrastructure and collaboration in the recycling chains. So if something of this could be dismantled, it could easily be sent to electronics recycling, and then we would remove some of these losses. So that would be an easy thing to do. But then I think that overall the material resources need to have much more focus on them. We have an agency for energy. We have no agency or no condensed knowledge at the government level regarding material resources, and that is something for the future that we need to think of. And I also want to say that the message here today, what I'm presenting, is if we can be aware of the problems and design our systems and our products with that knowledge, we will not have to end up with the problems that we do if we don't take that into account. So it's an opportunity, actually.
Yes, first I must say, when I comment on these political kind of questions, I will now give you my very personal view. I cannot represent Ericsson or give the Ericsson, then I have to resort to other kind of communication channels. But from a personal point of view, what I think is very critical now for these systems is that's the spectrum part. That we really need spectrum that is not too expensive, so that the operators don't have any money left when they buy their spectrum in the end. So we really can get equipment out and get coverage and a lot of systems out there, so we can support these kind of systems. That's one part for the operator, but we also need spectrum for research. And I think that is even more critical. The spectrum will be sold now. I think it's in this year sometimes, the 5G kind of spectrum. And there is a risk that they sell all the spectrum and nothing is left for research. And then we cannot do this kind of test that we show you today here, where we have to then rely on operators instead. And that's not really the system. Chalmers needs spectrum. The companies also need spectrum for research.
Okay, and by that we will close the morning session. We will see you back here again at 12:30, and thank you to the speakers.
Okay, so thank you very much for being very good about the time. So I'm very happy to been asked to be the moderator for the second session, the second numbered session. My name is Mike Browne. I'm from the University of Gothenburg. And I've been working here for 4 years, and before that I worked in London in a group dealing with logistics and transport questions. And in this session we're going to sort of turn very much to the sort of mobility question about personal travel. So for the whole day, I mean, I think we've got a great variety in the speakers and in the angles that they have, the different perceptions they bring, and that's the same, we're going to continue with that. And so we're going to have 3 presentations. I'll ask a very short question, perhaps after each presentation, depending on the time. And then we'll have time for some questions and observations from you in the room. So please think about things you'd like to ask the speakers about as we're going along. And I'd like to welcome on stage the first speaker, MariAnne Karlsson. MariAnne, please come forward. And MariAnne is a professor in design and human factors. And you've worked a lot with when I first heard it, I had some trouble to remember what it meant, but MaaS, kind of like mobility as a service. And coming from logistics, it was interesting. And I remember talking to your colleague, who was the person who was doing her PhD? She was a postdoc. Yes, that's right. About how logistics as a service and mobility as a service, this kind of relationship between them, which for me was very interesting to hear about that. So MariAnne's done a lot of work in this field, and we're really grateful that you'll tell us something about this now and maybe the future of it as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, MariAnne.
Thank you very much. Well, I hope you all settled in after the lunch. Usually you need a little bit of breathing afterwards. I hope I will be able to enthusiast you on the topic of MaaS anyway. First of all, evidently, we all know that transportation sort of brings a lot of benefits to our society, but it also carries some issues that we need to solve in terms of emissions, congestion, etc., etc. I won't present any numbers on that. I think we all know the problem. But at the same time, I feel, having worked in the area for now more than 20 years, that this is the time of transition towards something else. We see it in terms of technology. Automation is one. Electrification is another. But we also see it in a trend towards servitization, that is, towards services in being introduced as an alternative to owning stuff and owning things yourself. And this is the context of MaaS. This is where MaaS has been introduced and argued as at least one of the solutions to the existing problems. MaaS Alliance is an umbrella organization. The members are different organizations who are, if I may say so, that they have the money to pay for the fee. But they have explained that, or argued that MaaS has the potential to fundamentally change the behavior of people in and beyond cities. Hence, it is regarded as the biggest paradigm change in transport since affordable cars came into the market. It's certainly a statement. But then you might wonder, as did Michael, what is MaaS? Well, you could say that MaaS, mobility as a service, it does exist already. There's a number of services out there in the world that has existed for years, like taxi. Taxi is mobility as a service. Public transport is also mobility as a service. So what is different now then? Why is MaaS Alliance arguing that we have a paradigm shift? And then we need to look into, we need to categorize and look into different types of MaaS. And this is an attempt that I, together with colleagues, or rather colleagues together where I've been part, have tried to categorize. It's one way of categorizing different MaaS services. There are others. But it's a kind of hierarchy where we try to say, well, actually, MaaS incorporates different types of services where it integrates different types of sub-services, you might say. So we ended up, in this case, with 5 different levels. And you see that we have also added a few examples of services that we think belong to each or fit each of these levels. Some of them might not be positioned according to what you think is right, maybe not according to what they think is correct either, but it's an attempt to show that we do have different types of MaaS existing in the past and now. So let's look into these different types of MaaS. If we look at that lowest level, no integration, what I mean is taxi has no integration with other services necessarily. It's a service that works on its own. You pay for the trip, You book it through a taxi app, etc. Public transport is the same. You're a customer with that particular service provider and paying for it accordingly. So according to our organization, no integration. Then we have other types of services that have tried to integrate information from different service providers, like combining the bus with the tram, with for instance, the train services, in order to provide more integrated information in order to support travel plans within the city or beyond the city. Those have also existed for some time now. Not everywhere, but definitely the number has grown considerably over the last years. And then there are also services that sort of add integration to that. So you sort of use maybe one smart card to pay for buses, trams, trains, etc. But nevertheless, in this case, you're a part of being a customer to those individual service providers. What I'm interested in, I've become interested in over the last couple of years, is particularly the fourth level, where we have an integration of a service offer, where different service providers have come together and through some kind of channel, like a travel broker, is offering an integrated service to customers. So you become a customer of that particular service, providing you access to perhaps a number of taxi trips, a number of rental car trips, and obviously a number of public transport trips, for example. It could be a bundling of a certain kind, it could be a pay-as-you-go, or a subscription format. On top, we actually added a fifth level, which we sort of look for and we think is needed in the future, where we also see that the services play within an integration of societal goals, where society provides the preconditions, perhaps, and enables these services to work on other conditions, perhaps, than other services or other modes of transport. It is possible, but it requires probably changes in the legal system, it might require changes in the political system, etc., etc. But if we have an integration of societal goals that try to nudge people into using these services as an alternative to the private car, we might have and will enable a speedier change than what we have seen in the past, at least. So these are the 5 levels. I said I was interested in the 4th level. And I'm trying desperately to push here, but here we go. So here's one type of definition of what I believe is MaaS. MaaS is mobility as a service. It's a service that not only integrates a range of mobility services, both public and private, but also provide non-stop access to all these services through a common interface. And you may wonder now, but this is digitalization. And I would say through all of these services, whether it's a non-integrated one or the 5th level one, technology and digitalization runs all the way through. There are a number of services. When looking back, I'm looking back to 2013. That was when the Ubigo pilot was established here in Gothenburg. And it was a very, very unique pilot. I don't think we were so aware of the case at the time. And later on, we will hear more about the trip that the Ubigo innovation company has made since then. So I won't tell so very many details from that pilot, of which I was also taking part as an evaluator. But we can see that over time, different types of MaaS have been introduced. Some have survived, others have not. Some have become international, some have not, and others have not. But what we can see, there's an accumulation, and there is more and more services come into play over the years. And I think in the future, we will see even more alternatives. Also here in Gothenburg, where, for instance, the Lima service is being introduced at Lindholmen, but then directed towards companies who will offer these services to their employees, rather than as we did originally in Ubigo, where we offered the services to private households. So if we have all these services, so what is the key then? Why do some survive and others do not? And particularly, do we have the effects that we want? Can we say anything about, do we sort of solve the problems really by introducing these types of services? And there we have to go back to that, the sort of the different levels again, and look into the lowest level, where I can say for sure, car sharing has, if we look at the larger picture, shown a shift in less private car ownership and in less kilometers driven for some and in more kilometers driven for others. It all depends on the situation before people become customers of the service. But we can also see, for instance, in ride-sharing services, that some of these riding services, where you had hoped for a more radical change, it only becomes another type of taxi, which you use for going to the railway station or going to the airport, whereas you otherwise would have booked a taxi. So there's no radical change. There's no radical change in everyday travel. And that will probably not result in any major changes. If we look at these middle level, there are minor changes in people's way of traveling. With information, you become more confident, you become more satisfied, perhaps, but you don't really radically change the way you travel if you get information that a train that you have the possibility to take the train at 13:12 instead of 13:18. You don't really radically change the way you travel, but you become more sort of satisfied with having that information. So my argument, having analyzed own studies and also other people's studies, the information that is available, there isn't very much available on this level. Partly, as I said, because we don't have that many studies, or that many projects ongoing, but we also have that they may not be willing to share the information with the researcher. What we see, though, here is that I see a trend that we can actually change everyday travel pattern. I can see that people do change. They're all depending on the situation. I can see that these types of services might trigger people to think, do I need a car, but do I need a second car? In other cases, there may be families who say, we're thinking about investing in a car, do we really need a car? And then in the third case, we see families that sort of move perhaps into the city centre, following the urbanization trend, and they may ask, can we get rid of the car? And we can see that in this, we can see that in the cases that I've analyzed, that we do see changes among these groups. It's not the, how shall I say, the car user who thinks he or she will never change, my husband being one of them. I don't think these services ever intended to target those. But there's quite a large group, and it's growing, that we call the grey travellers. They sort of move between, and they take public transport, and sometimes they cycle, other days, and they use their car. A third day, depending on the situation, etc. And here we can see changes if we offer alternatives. So my argument that we need to move up this integration ladder in order to offer alternatives to people. And if we offer these alternatives that open up their action space, which we call it, we might also change the way people travel today into something else. And then another question is, of course, okay, so if there are all these benefits, why doesn't anything happen? And I would say that in most cases we hear about saying that people are the problem. People will not change. And looking into that, we really tried to analyze this. Why don't we see more services out there? Why isn't there new offers being introduced? Why is there some hesitance there in this system? And we look upon the problem on 3 levels. We have the micro level, we have the meso level, and we have the macro level. And all these are sort of interrelated. All the interplay with these levels is actually what we think come out as a sort of success or failure case. Citizens, well, so do we have problems at this level? Are we willing to change? No. I mean, there are a number of things that might stop us from doing that. And I'm sure Erica is going to talk about it more later. There are habits, there are attitudes, all sorts of things, status issues perhaps. But actually, my argument from sort of being from a University of Technology where we want to change things, I say that, do we actually offer alternatives? Do we offer another opportunity? Or can we just merely stick to informing people about them making the wrong choices? We believe in offering new alternatives might, again, open up the action space. But even if we get acceptance from these users, we can see that we have issues also on these levels. We have regional and local governments who implement laws and regulations that actually does create barriers to the introduction of certain services. We have public service providers who feel that, if I may say so, both informal and formal aspects play an important role here. But, for instance, public transport selling tickets through a third party is an issue that raises a number of questions. And could a public transport service provider really keep on subsidizing trips by public service if the service is sort of sold by a private entrepreneur? There are issues here. And then private and public service providers are not really very used to collaborating, and in these types of contexts, there's a number of other reasons as well. And then we must add the sort of the third level, which is really the macro level. So what kind of laws and regulations do we have on the macro level that sort of enables or create barriers to the introduction or the creation and introduction of these types of services? Well, we have, for instance, we have tax laws, we have competition laws, we have a number of things here that is actually stopping or at least creating problems for those service entrepreneurs that wish to introduce something not only as a pilot, but actually long term. So it's not merely people with negative attitudes towards changing their behavior. It's actually the attitude from all levels that impact the way these things develop over time. We try to put these things together in an image which you probably, I hope it will impress you, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah? This is showing the intricacy of the problem, showing the interdependencies between the different levels and the different aspects. And you see there are some things that sort of create barriers, but there are other things that could enable the development of the MaaS offer and then the development and implementation. And here it says IMS, but we mean perhaps the same thing. So having understood this, and having understood this by talking to people actually involved in development, actually involved in using, actually involved in saying no to services offered, etc., I think we've come to understand that We really need collaboration. We need not only integration of different modes of transport, but we also need integration and communication between actors on different levels in a society. I'm not sure what Hans is going to say, but hopefully he won't contradict me, but then we can have an interesting discussion. So coming back to this, my main message is then integration is needed. Integration between modes of transport, between payment systems, between public and private service providers. We need integration between different actors, and we need to sort of, by that, create conditions for increasing the action space, the possibilities of not only travelers, but also of service providers and about local government officials who also need more space to act. And hopefully we will not only see projects and pilots that end in 2 years or 3 years' time, but that we consistently ask for long-term perspectives on any trials that we initiate. We need pilots. We need pilots to learn. We need pilots to try things out. And the pilots are not only needed for travelers, but also for public service providers, private service providers, and local governments. And if you're interested, there's lots more to say. I won't say that. Thank you very much.
Hi, MariAnne, that was really interesting, so thank you very much. And we're just going to take a question I will ask a question to each of the speakers, and then we'll get them back together, and we'll take the questions at the end, and we'll have time to do that. But in one of the early slides, a lot of the pilots came from Finland, and I wondered, why do they like MaaS so much?
But I think we have well, first of all, I think that quite a few of the pilots have happened in Finland, right, because quite early on, we had an entrepreneur who has been very, very dedicated. Yeah. But we also could see in our analysis that there was also a clear interest and dedication, not only from the entrepreneur side, but also from higher levels in society, right, and on the governmental level. So they've sort of enabled this through a number of deregulation, taxi traffic, etc., which actually sort of pushed this forward. But let me say, there's a number of pilots now in Asia, in Australia. It's going on everywhere, right, and it's going to be great to see what happens over time.
And now you have your model to follow them and track them.
Yeah, of course.
No, I think that's really interesting and a great start to the session. Thanks, MariAnne. Okay, I welcome Hans Arby to the floor. Hans has already been introduced by MariAnne, actually, but and yes, so you already have your introduction. And obviously, in 2013, you had the Ubigo project here in Gothenburg, which I think was very exciting. I remember just going to one meeting about it, but I knew nothing about what you were doing at the time. But it was fascinating to see how the different reactions of people to the project, and I think this fits very well. We have a kind of overview. Now we're going to look over time at the development of how these services develop. So Hans, we're grateful for you speaking here.
Thank you.
Over to you.
So I'm living inside MariAnne's graph from every day since 5 years ago. So I'm going to talk about the journey, challenge, and struggles. And it might turn out that I will do something else tomorrow when I realize how big they are. Firstly, a little bit of what we're actually offering, and we're going to see if this movie works.
Imagine not having multiple bills for your travel expenses, especially if you own a car. Imagine never being stranded, not knowing how to get from A to B. Now there's a solution, Ubigo, to simplify your everyday life. Ubigo combines all modes of transportation, all in one app, all on one invoice. Simple pricing with no fixed fees or lock-ins. And you share Ubigo with your family. Ubigo is live in Stockholm. Join the ride.
So we Started in Gothenburg, but we are live in Stockholm. I managed to get investors on board 9 months ago, and we now are a staff of total 6 people, 4 in Stockholm running the operation. It's a limited number of customers so far to do evaluation and fine-tuning technology, and also have the discussion with SL to prove that we do a good job also for them. So the service we offer, we trying to target car ownership, not car usage, car ownership. And in order to do that, you need to solve all the daily problems of a household. So it's not so much about getting from A to B, it's more about getting from morning to evening, Monday to Sunday, January to December, because it's in that context you choose to buy a car or not. And once you bought a car, you should use it as much as possible, because else you're stupid, because it's some high fixed cost. But trying to means that you need to have a complete offer. And that is that you need to be able to do most of your trips reaching your goals with public transport. You need cars close to where you live to take care of the rest of the errands. You need cars for longer trips. You need taxi for the hot trips. And if you have e-scooter, bike sharing in the city for all those small A's and B's. But then it's also how you design the service. We call it subscription of mobility. But it's a big difference of subscribing on mobile phone for 40 euros a month or spending 400 euros per month on mobility. So you need to have it more flexible. Firstly, you need to look at the household, because a car is a common resource to households. So a subscription must be for the whole household. If you don't use all your subscription, you need to be able to roll over to the next month, which you see in some, like Hallon and some of the mobile operators, where you can actually save surf as well. We have changed price models to fit the one with multimodal behavior households. So the subscription is of days in public transport to share among the household. And instead of having the typical car sharing price model where you pay a monthly fee, a booking fee, an hourly fee, a distance fee, and 4 different matrices for different cars, we say an hour is an hour. So that is what we're having. So we're under operation, and that doesn't mean that all the challenges is gone. They are still there. Mobility service is very hyped. There are many conferences. There are a lot of pilot projects. Actually not that many real services going on. So it's still kind of on the PowerPoint state. We ourselves goes back to, okay, so this is, I'm gonna come back to that actually. So we were started in Gothenburg with the pilot project, but it actually goes back even further. We did a pre-study 8 years ago looking at service, if it would be possible to offer a realistic alternative to owning a car. But then we got a chance to test it for real in Gothenburg. And MariAnne was involved in all the evaluation. And even though this is old, I still show these images because it's probably never going to be any so thoroughly evaluated pilot under real conditions, but still very thoroughly evaluated. So the question we wanted to get answer on, is it possible to offer a service that can compete with car ownership? And most importantly, is it possible to run a business on it? Today, the focus on mobility service is technical. Can we do it? Yes. Would it be good for society? Yes. Is it possible to run a business? Well, if not, nothing gonna happen. So that was the main thing we wanted to prove in Gothenburg pilot. So it was under realistic conditions, paying household for a run for half a year and so on. And what we saw was quite interesting. The reason for joining, because this was a pilot project, and we know it reached out to early adopters, was curiosity. The reason for staying at the end was convenience. Still money important, but really mostly about convenience. And that is good. That is easy to build a business on that one. We asked the users how satisfied they were with their overall transport situation, their mobility, their everyday life travel. And before, let's see if we had that, you see the light red is satisfied and dark red is very satisfied. Before the pilot, it was like 15% very satisfied. At the end of the pilot, it was 50%. And half a year after we closed down, it was back to 15%. And this is kind of the image that have kept me driving on, that the customer really liked it. It could be for subjective reason or whatever, but they liked it and were more satisfied. And for those 20 households where we actually paid them to put away the car and use the service instead, it was the same. So, and we saw people change behavior and were happy with it. And that's a good starting point. You can get prices, and that is nice. And this is also shows that even working a startup might be a safer thing to do than being a transport minister. I outlived at least one. This is also promising innovation. That means nothing. That means that you have a prospect maybe to do something that you can make money on and change the world. And then we come to all the challenges, because there are many. One is of technical nature, well, on conceptual level. So many talking about MaaS say it's Netflix for mobility. It's not. Netflix is a pure digital product, standardized video files with low margin cost. Transport is the opposite. High margin cost, low margin, and very local. And it's not even Airbnb, Expedia, or Uber itself. Those are platform businesses designed for having many small consumers meeting many small producers. And then you can say, hey, I want to have 25% of what you get. Hotels.com got 15%. If I go to Cab Line or Västervik, say, could I have 25%? No. If I go to Hertz, no. So it's very different business. Then we have the whole ecosystem. And that means that you need to convince, I typically say the four main challenges of running MaaS is recruiting customers, recruiting suppliers, making money, and find funding. That's everything. It's as hard to get suppliers on board as it is customers, because they are kind of satisfied with where they are. So it's like, if we see, I know it's a lot of Volvo people here, but in this case, we are targeting car ownership. If that is the blue ocean, within this little sector, we compete with each other and don't really want to cooperate to get a good combined offer to the customers, instead of seeing there's a huge market outside where we actually create new customers. So that could be for commercial reasons, but it's the same with public transport. Public transport is a local, politically controlled, tax-subsidized service that we need, and they don't need us. And that's actually what happened after the successful pilot in Gothenburg. We asked Västervik, should we keep on doing the service? And they said, let us think. That took 4 years. And now they soon, in Stockholm were first, so that's actually why we're running Stockholm. SL was more proactive and open up for us. So it's all about, I don't know if you've seen this, there's the leadership prism, but the thing is that somebody has to lead a transition, but everybody has to gain. If there's a key actor that will lose on the transformation, nothing will happen. This is actually from the health sector, where the doctors didn't benefit anything. Nothing happened. So when you're trying to transform this, you need to make sure that everybody gains. So what we say to our suppliers is that you will get new customers. We will create new customers that will belong to you. We just work with one preferred supplier per mode. So they know that of all the customers we get, new customers, if they want to use a taxi, they will use Cab Line. If they want to rent a car, they will use Hertz. But it's still a struggle. And many say, well, we have the customers we have. We are satisfied. Another thing is that the MaaS, it's global. Everybody talks of MaaS. But every business is very local, also depending on public transport. It's not something, you can't do an Uber in every city, because you need to be local, run the business local, negotiate with the public transport and so on. So the scaling is a little bit different also. So this is few of the struggles. So customers don't really know what this is. It hasn't happened anything in 5 years, and we did in Gothenburg. We really restarted in Stockholm again, trying to tell them what it is. Suppliers don't see what's in it for them. We need the public actors more than they do. They can wait another 10 years. Västtrafik will still be here in 10 years. They no rush. Margins are low. We think we have the concept with the level 3, where you actually can make money, but it's not that you get a lot for free. And it kind of complex concept for big investors, because they can invest in Voi. They see the economy of scale. Probably going to lose, but then we're going to lose together with some other big investors, so no problem. It's not our money. This is more complex, trying to understand. And I got a French investor that are focused on mobility startups. They appreciated that I said, this is hard. We think we can make it, but it's hard. So they like the honesty. Technology is not at all standardized, so we integrate with the APIs that are out there, which is not always good. Rental car, they are based on system from IBM big mainframes from the 60s, kind of not very flexible and so on. So it's not standardized. And of course, execution different from models. With other pilot, I know everything how we should do and scale up. I thought, no. So really getting into operation is a big thing also. And another thing that I realized now working, doing this since, well, a little bit more than half a year for real, is that we talk about new ideas, concepts, business models, we do projects, we do workshops and everything. Yeah, that's important. But what we really need is new people, I think. And I realized, you see in this picture, this is the team, there's just one person with gray hair. The rest is like maximum 30. It's a pain because they have a lot of stupid ideas and so on. Some are really experienced. The ones running the operation in Stockholm, he worked for Heach, which is a Uber competitor for many years and building up that. And he's know what he's doing, but I don't understand it. But he's probably right. But really, you coming from outside, and even if Voi and all those failing, we have got new people into the transport sectors that's going to do a great job, because we can't really change that much to understand how it need to be changed, starting with the customer, learning and building the service from that way. So Ubigo service will probably be totally different in 3 years, and see if I'm going to be part of it even. So that's exciting. Yeah, that was it.
Okay, thanks, Hans. If you can just wait a moment, I can just ask you a couple of quick questions. You've actually not only outlasted the Minister of Transport, you outlasted the Secretary General of the International Transport Forum, actually.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know which is more impressive, but anyway, you outlasted both of the people that were in the photograph there. So well done for that. I just had one question, a first question that just kind of linked to this morning's presentation. When you offer the service to a household and so on, obviously, you end up with a lot of information about what they do in their travel. And this morning we had the question about sort of privacy and so on. You mentioned curiosity and then convenience. Yeah. But does the privacy question ever come into this? Or is it a factor in some way?
Yeah, and that we have different opinions, me and the guys in Stockholm, because we have said we don't want to have more information than we need for doing the actual transaction. And he says we need to be better in having a better user experience. But we're going to have, is it okay that we use your location data things to have a better service? Yes or no? If not, you need to do more of your work yourself. So we will never sell data. We can give away aggregated data to the city as a payback, but we'll never sell or use it in other ways more than servicing our customers.
Yeah. So it is an issue that you consider a lot, and I guess maybe we'll come back with questions from the audience about that. And I mean, the second thing that I was interested in was obviously you connected the world of research with this world in a sense, which I mean, MariAnne focused on the research for the overall thing, but you pointed out that there was this early evaluation of what had happened here in Gothenburg. And so does that kind of evaluation actually help you to reflect, in a sense, you're inside producing something. Does the evaluation from an outside person help you reflect on things, or is it just a necessary evil, if I can put it like that?
No, I think it's both, and it's especially important in the beginning when you do the deep thing and understand. Then we will get more data to learn even more as we go with the customers than maybe from the research. But we also need like an objective research, because we need to go to every city. We have more of a franchise concept we are offering, and prove that we will do a good job for them. So that means that we need to have some objective measures. Says we're the good guys, or else we can't do business. Okay. So it's really, and we are also in an early stage. Yeah. We really need work together to get a better understanding as well.
I think that's interesting for me as a researcher, to think that research is not only about evaluating something, but actually then is a kind of stepping stone to other things that happen.
Yeah, but I think also it's important because I'm very mixed with pilots, because a lot of pilots is to testing something, it's shut down. And the worst things that can happen in a pilot is if you succeed. Yeah. Because then you can't just report and apply for new money, then you need to do something new. So but really having a real life studying and also looking at the business model and actually a real case that you want to test, could this work, and not just test the theory, test the business, I think it's important.
Okay. That's great. Okay, so we're going to come back in a minute, but thanks a lot, Hans. Okay, I'd like to welcome the third speaker for the session, Érika Ramos. Érika, please come on stage. And Érika's a colleague from University of Gothenburg, but in a different department, working in psychology with other people who've also present in the audience. So Érika, I know you've, as MariAnne's introduced both of you, so that's my role. But anyway, no, I'm kidding. It's but to say, obviously, you've looked a lot at sharing of things, sharing in car use in particular. So I think these are three, as I say, different perspectives on this question of how we travel and how we value our time and our mobility. And so, Érika, really looking forward to hearing from you. And please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Érika. I'm doing my PhD at Department of Psychology. And my talk today is about the user's experience and preferences, mostly with the perspective of psychology. And I would like to answer two questions in my talk today. The first one is what psychological and behavioral factors could hinder and foster mobility as a service? And the second question is, what are the key factors for behavior change? And my talk, I will present the most known concepts from psychology and how we work with them. And also, I will show some results from my research on car sharing and private car use. So the first thing I would like to introduce you is the area of environmental psychology and social psychology, which is where I come from, and it's where we work with transport research and transport psychology. We try to understand individuals' behavior and individuals' decisions, how they are influenced by other individuals as well, but also how they impact the environment. With technologies, for example. And after this environment is changed, how this new environment affects people's behaviors, and new decisions will come after that. When we are working with psychology, we try to answer why we are working with psychology in transportation, because it's not that common. So it's important to have psychology in mind, because psychological variables, they may be changed, different from social demographic variables, for instance. You cannot change age or gender and these kind of things, but we can change behaviors, attitudes, and so on. And the second reason is that psychological variables, they explain why some behaviors emerge in certain situations. And if we know this why, we can design better systems that will accommodate these behaviors. It's important to keep in mind that in psychology, we look at different levels. So if we look on the top part of this triangle, we see behaviors and attitudes and norms, which are very important variables to be understood, because they are numerous, they vary a lot, they are faster to change, they are not very central, they are peripheral, so they depend a lot of the situations. So they are really useful for transport research because they can be changed. When it comes to values, beliefs, and intentions to change, values, this is more difficult because they are fewer in number, they are slow to change, they are central cores guiding people's behavior. So if we attack people's values, they will just react negatively. It's not a good idea, actually. And they transcend situations, so they are not the focus on traffic research. We should focus more on behaviors and attitudes. So how do we measure those concepts in psychology? We work a lot with surveys, and we also work with experiments. So it's very important for us that we have control groups and manipulation of variables so that we can see the effect and how in which direction they go. We also work with longitudinal studies where we look at same individuals in different points of time or same groups at different points of time. And also we work with interventions and we look before and after. So before and after someone starts to use car sharing, for instance. And we also have focus groups where we interview people and work with more qualitative research. So I will show you some examples of my research, mostly on car sharing and also on private car. I think those are two good parallels with mobility as a service. Car sharing is a good example of facilitator, and private car use as a good example of a barrier. In this project, it's a Horizon 2020 project, it's called STARS. We looked at users and non-users of car sharing across different countries in Europe and their intentions to use car sharing in the near future. So we had 1,500 users of car sharing and 3,700 non-users of car sharing. And they were mostly from different cities in Italy, Sweden, and other countries in Europe. And what we did the first thing we did with the study is that we create segments of users and non-users of car sharing based on psychological variables, not on social demographic ones. Usually it's quite common to have this segmentation based on social demographic, but we went from a psychological perspective here. So we looked at their habits. So we looked to their past behaviors, past travels, frequency of past travels, and also their perception of how much they need a private car. We looked at their attitudes, a general overview of their opinions on car sharing, if it's trustful, if it's useful, and so on. We looked to their political views, mostly left and right wing, and also how much they consider environmental issues on their political orientation. We looked to their personal norms, which is how much one believes that he or she needs to change their behavior in order to reduce the effect on the environment. Also on the environmental awareness, mostly how much they believe that something needs to be done. And on the transportation modes that they usually take for their daily activities. And last, if they have car-free households. So in blue, we have 3 groups of mobility styles of users of car sharing, current users of car sharing. And in green, we have non-users of car sharing. And here we have, I will guide you on the difference between those groups. So the first group of users of car sharing is a group with low personal norms and low environmental awareness. They are not really caring about these issues on their decisions of travel when they are traveling. And the second group is a group that is strong on personal norms and high in environmental awareness, which is the opposite of the first group. But interesting is that this group is the group that depends mostly on the car and is the group with the lowest percentage of car-free households. So probably this is a group that wants to change, but they haven't identified yet on the environment how they can change it. And the third group is a group with, I think is the most desirable profile that we want to have, as the people that have very low habits of driving their private cars. And it's also the group with the highest percentage of car-free households. When it comes to non-users, it's kind of polarized segmentation. We have one group on one hand that has very strong habits, and on the other hand we have a group that has the highest environmental awareness, and they travel less than all the other groups. These groups, they vary a lot across cities, and I'm going to show you the group 3, which I think is quite interesting, the most desirable group with highest percentage of car-free households. And this group is represented here in blue, and it's quite representative in Sweden. We see here Stockholm and Gothenburg. But when it comes to Italy, Rome and Turin, we have the prevalence of group 2, which was the group that is really committed to change their travels, but they don't really know how. It's a group that depends a lot on the car yet. And when we come to non-users, we see that more or less a pattern, a slightly prevalence of group 5, but this group is the group that travel less already and is a group that have high environmental awareness. So after classifying the segments, we want to predict intention to use car sharing. So what we did was that we performed the structure equation model, and you don't need to go through all these paths, but we were testing psychological models here. But what I think is important today is that you see that perceived behavior control is a direct predictor of intention to use car sharing. And this variable means that how much someone perceives that he or she has the ability to use the service. So how much access they have to the service, how easy it is to book, and how easy it would be to implement this in their households. So this was the most important variable to predict intention to use car sharing. The second important variable, and a bit tricky one, is past behavior. Because when we look to the users of public transportation and those that travel actively, these variables don't predict intention to use car sharing. But the users of private car are positively to use car sharing, so they have a positive relationship with it. But at the same time, if private car users become strong drivers, they become strong habitual drivers, then we have a negative prediction. And this can be a barrier for car sharing operators. And also the last thing is that environmental awareness was not a direct predictor. So maybe if you ask someone if you would use car sharing for environmental reasons, they may say no. But what we see is that there is an interaction via attitudes, and then this is still guide their behaviors, even though they are not really aware of this constantly. In another different study here in Sweden, we were looking to different trips based on private car use, and we investigated these trips with 3,000 Swedes, and we were looking at commuting, shopping, and child-related trips, and also leisure. And we want to predict these trips by psychological variables. And what we saw is that the habit was the most important predictor for across all different kinds of trips. But when it comes to child-related trips and leisure trips, this variable was lower. And this is really interesting to think for implementing new services, because habits becomes a really strong barrier when you want to change behavior. So when it comes to commuting, shopping, maybe it would be tricky to introduce new system for people. But if we tackle much more leisure trips or more sporadic trips, such as leisure or vacation trips, we could implement new services and maybe start breaking the old habits. So my take-home message for you today is that we see that car sharing brings complexity to the system, and therefore it impacts people behavior as well. So we see more diversity of segments among the users of car sharing than non-users of car sharing. And this could also be relevant for mobility as a service. We would say that focusing on segments that have strong habits may not be the best approach for starting with a new service, and therefore also not focusing only on commuting, because this kind of behavior, they tend to develop strong habits, and then this could be a big barrier. Maybe we could start with less regular trips and shorter trips or leisure trips, for instance. We also see in our research that people tend to prefer single vehicles instead of shared vehicles, and this is something to be kept in mind when implementing MaaS, for instance. And also, I would say that it's really important that the demand for cognitive levels should be kept low, because people don't want to process a lot of information when they are taking their decision to go to the pharmacy. The system should be designed in a way that that favors more sustainable behaviors, because we see there are a lot of people that want to, but they don't really know how. And this is really important to be kept in mind. And of course, political issues drive people behavior, and more and more we have seen some polarization of opinions, and this also guides people's opinions on new services, and this would also influence their behavior. So overall, I would say that psychological variables are really important, and they should be considered in the designs of new services, because then we could identify why and when we can develop better systems, and which kind of behavior would match with the systems in a better way. So that's my talk. Thank you very much. It's not going. Yeah.
Okay. Just we can just maybe take a quick question, and then we will invite Hans and MariAnne back on the stage. I mean, for me, it's interesting because you're coming from a different perspective with the psychology thing, but still you do these surveys. So you ask people a question, and they give you answers. And one of the answers they give you is that they're very motivated. They want to change, but they don't change. And so the explanation is, well, they don't know how to change. But isn't it also possible that they just say they want to change because it feels like I'm a better person? If I tell you I want to change, I want to walk further every day, I feel better about myself than if I tell you actually I'm quite lazy really, and but I'm not going to admit that.
Yeah.
So I mean, how can we value their answers in a sense?
Yeah. Well, when we work with service, there are many different strategies to make less salient some information. So we have some sort of measurements. There are direct measurements of attitudes, but we also have measures that they are indirect, and then maybe the participant, they don't really know the purpose of the research when we ask them. Yeah. Of course, there is always the chance that they can guess what the research is about, but we try to mimic the items in order to avoid this kind of bias, but yeah. Of course there is always the risk that they would, we call it conformity, that you answer what you expect that researcher would want to listen to. Okay. But there are techniques to at least reduce this in surveys. Yeah.
And it's clear that the habit question was very interesting and important, and I think maybe we come back to that in the questions in a minute. But then you had this result where in Sweden you had this very high level of interest in car sharing, and then in Italy you had two cities which are obviously very different to each other. But one was quite high and almost looks the same as for Sweden, but the other in Rome was very low. Was there an explanation for that, or did you not really go again into the detail into that?
I couldn't go on this now in my talk, but we look at many cities in Italy. I think Italy had the most variety of cities, but one thing that is not included in these results is that we look at different car sharing operators. So we had free float and station-based and all sorts of car sharing services. And my guess is that these can have influence on this variety, because in Italy there are a lot of free floating car sharings, right, which was not in the case in Sweden. And then this could have different profiles of people as well, because they have different services, and this affect also their behavior. So I think we should look more on the types of car sharing as well. That would also influence people behavior.
Great. Thanks a lot, Erica. Thank you. And please stay here. You stay.
I stay.
Okay. MariAnne and Hans, perhaps you can join, because we have now time for questions from the audience. And okay, you've done a lot of post-lunch listening now, so I hope you have thought of some questions or have observations. I don't know, we have two microphones, but only one person with a microphone. So normal audience behavior is that somebody right at the back on that side will have a question, and immediately right here on the front at the left, but let's see what happens. Anybody have a question? Otherwise I have lots of questions that I've stored up while I've been listening. But I'd like to give you the opportunity to ask a question.
Hello. My name is Janaki.
It's quite dark out there from here. Okay, go on.
My name is Janaki. I'm a student here. I have a question to MariAnne. And you explained that MaaS is successful in some cases, and in some cases it doesn't succeed. Mobility as a service is successful for some, and for some it's a problem. There are and you also listed out some barriers. I'm curious to know, how do successful companies who adopt this mobility as a service overcome these barriers? What do they do differently to overcome these barriers?
So what do companies do to overcome the
Yes,
barriers?
what strategies do they adopt, or which barriers do they target? Do they manage the micro or the macro level, or how do they do it? How do they succeed?
I think, I mean, more or less, I think it's more hard to answer that. But what we see is that the ones who first of all, risk capital is one thing. That's certainly something that will bring, that will reduce one of the main barriers. You have action space in terms of that. But what our analysis show that it's quite difficult for a company in isolation to sort out the barriers without, in a way, having support from something. And what we see in Finland is when the Finnish government stepped in, or rather different governmental bodies stepped in and sort of tried to enable, there is actually speeding up the process. But I think from a company perspective, I think Klas is the one who is actually within the company.
Yeah, please. But I think, I mean, the difficult thing is every time you're trying to change something, that you need to prove that you're right to all the stakeholders. So we need to prove to the suppliers that the customer likes us. But in order to do that, we need to have a good cooperation with the suppliers. If to convince the local governments that they should open up public transport and so on, we need to show that it's going to be good for them. But in order to do that, so it's like 100 chicken and hens in a way. It's chicken and eggs.
But I think that was interesting with your sort of layers and what they do, because in the end, the different layers have to work together, but they're at different levels of, they're differently motivated to do that. Yeah. If you've decided that your model is a bit like Transport for London with giving information, that they give it freely to people and it's up to you to develop apps with it, then it's different from if somebody's trying to keep some of that for themselves, isn't it?
But I think also it's today, if you look at many, Sweden's kind of unique in having SL saying, open up, you can resell, see what happens. In a lot of other cities in Europe say, we don't want to have Google and Uber control, we better do it ourselves. Yeah. Which might not be the best service you're going to get. But they are so afraid. So they see either it's going to be Google controlled or by them. They don't see this, that they actually have a monopoly and can govern things together with private entities instead of either doing or letting it go totally.
Okay, good. Okay, we have another question. Anybody want to have a question or a comment? Okay, maybe while you're thinking, I have a question. It's a little bit related to that. I was a bit unclear at the end who we think will take the lead in some of these changes. And I think that MariAnne showed the three groups. You had another slide with the different actors. You have the different kind of decision-making that happens among individuals. Who's likely, who takes the lead, and is there somebody who should take more lead?
I can tell you what, because this question is something that we ask different stakeholders. Right. You know, both public service providers and private service providers. Who do you think should take lead? We didn't ask travelers. We could have asked, but we didn't. And actually, there's a very divided opinion. Some within the public transport system, they definitely think that they should run the business because then they want control over what happens for all sorts of reasons. But there are also those within the same organization, almost in the same office, who say that, no, we shouldn't, because we don't know how to run the business. And then on the other side, we have the private entrepreneurs who say, yeah, we should because we're the innovators. But on the other side, there are others who say, we can't because we don't have the money. So, and that means that everyone is sort of sidestepping the responsibility, in a way, or quite a lot, and just waiting for someone else
British
to act.
With the door after you.
Yeah. So if someone else moves, then I'll move along. And this is also part of why nothing is happening, because it's, in a way, such a new situation about this bridging the sort of public-private perspective on things. And of course, travelers are also sort of facing, what's this new idea? And how can we trust Hans and his business? And therefore, we know, for instance, that once public transport and that organization is part of it, whether it's Västtrafik or SL, or whether you think they keep the timetables or not, if they're involved, users feel that it's more trustworthy than if it's just a go smart, hey on, hops on service. So there's a number of factors that sort of interplay here. So it is a complex situation.
Do you have a sort of wish that one would be more active, or
No,
is it just everybody should be more active?
But it's a big difference on leading or operating. So you can't, the public sector might be leading by opening up and enabling, but maybe not operate things because they're not typically good at that. And also it's really personal based. It's not a coincidence that we have the partners we have, maybe organization, but really who was the CEO, who wanted to try something new. And that's also within public transport. What are the persons that want to try something new? It's more of a personal issue than organizational.
And I guess, Erica, you were looking more in a slightly different way about a particular set of users who use a service. But I don't know to what extent, I find it interesting when that Hans mentioned about curiosity. And you seem to have had a lot of interest in what you did from the people who you talked to about it. Do you have a sense that people are interested to answer questions about this kind of mobility change that's happening? They want to know more. They want to somehow be aware and more involved in it.
Yeah, I think so, because the panel that we used here in Sweden it's a panel from Gothenburg University, and the respondents, they are volunteers. So they volunteer to answer to research questions. So they are probably interested to give their opinion, and that their opinion should be valued as well. Yeah, sure.
And some groups seem more sort of ready to make a change than others, which again maybe is interesting when we think about the resources that are required to change 10% of behaviour. As you said, maybe your husband will be one of the later ones to change.
Don't spend money on him ever, because it's not worth it. But there are groups within that sort of are willing to, and already are sort of so this idea of dividing it into public transport users or car users, I think that's an old-fashioned way of doing it. We can't have that mindset anymore. We must sort of address the travel in a new way. But the interesting thing is, because we also asked attitude questions and sort of follow that over time. And of course, the ones who signed on the contract for Ubigo, they felt that there was a match between their travel needs and the service. Attitudes was not the determining factor. Those who didn't think it was, for different reasons, didn't match. But for those within who did sign on and perhaps had some kind of, if we call it, less positive attitude, the attitude changed, and that sort of behavior and the feedback and the fact that things worked changed their behaviors to the idea of, as well as their intent to. And we could say that. I mean, it's surprising. It was a pilot. Yeah, I wish it had been able to continue, but we asked at the end of the pilot whether they would be willing to continue if this sort of, you know, we were always on the verge. And we had one who said, no, they were going to move away from Gothenburg.
Yeah.
That was the only one.
But the interesting is, because I also work for the city of Gothenburg with mobility management, changing by the information, but actually giving a good offer, a good alternative. Then you say, then they change behavior, and then they start to change attitudes and going the other way around, which is kind of interesting. And also a study from Australia, the biggest linkage they can find with open attitude to be a MaaS customer was how well you perceive the cost of owning a car. That was the strongest linkage. If you realized how expensive it was, then you were more prepared to move.
Okay, so I think we need a question from the audience or a comment, please. So anybody has thought of something? Oh, they have one right at the back there, I can see.
And one at the lady
and here, coming to the middle. So maybe we take the one at the back and then we come to you in the middle, yeah? Sorry, Donna, it's so difficult with one microphone, and you've satisfied the rule that says that you'll be the furthest away from the microphone. But after this, we have somebody just here, so you don't have so far to go for your next trip. Please.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your presentations. So my question is to Hans. So in the example which you have shown in the medical sector, like one of the key stakeholders, the doctors, are not positively affected by the business model. So I see automobile manufacturers in the same position in the implementation of MaaS. I mean, especially the OEMs who are producing mass market vehicles or low cost vehicles, I think their sales volumes are affected by these mass services like Uber or so for example Uber. So how do you think you can convince or is there a solution to tackle this problem or to help the OEMs not to lose their business? I mean, yeah.
That's a big question. I mean, you see all the big car OEMs are doing experiments and piloting to moving into this sector, and many of them do it. I mean, the whole Daimler and Volkswagen, all those big, and also Volvo. They probably need to do it, but it's also going to be tough because the business model is actually to sell as many cars that are used as little as possible, so you can sell as many cars as possible. So it's a big change, but we of course need good vehicles, and we would gladly work together with OEMs with new concepts.
Yeah, I mean, you have no interest in it being one or another. I
No,
don't think.
I mean,
the more is better.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
I mean, we are relying on good services that we can integrate and package to the customers.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we come here now, please.
Yes, maybe I sort of wonder a little bit. What is the main purpose and what is the goal with MaaS? I feel like I'm a bit confused. I mean, who will benefit here? Is it for the environment? Is it being more convenient for the users because it's tricky to use a lot of different services? Or who? I mean, what will we gain from this? I didn't really see a clear path here. I was a bit confused, and I don't really see. Is this good? Is it bad? Is this?
Yeah. So going to places is good. More going to places is not necessarily quite so good. Yeah. Okay, maybe I should give that to MariAnne first because you did the overview of it, but I will also ask you to comment on how does this kind of mobility change? How does it connect to something? Does it connect automatically to something beneficial, or are there these kind of rebound effects? You make it much easier for people to make decisions, and oh, look, I'm renting a car because it's so simple. I thought it was really difficult before.
Regarding the purpose, I think it depends on who you ask. Unfortunately, I think we just have to. My reason for getting involved was that I could see a potential for environmental reasons, but I can also clearly see that those reasons were not necessarily the main argument for people to become customers. I mean, environmental was a sort of third or second on the, or fourth or fifth on the list of reasons why you got involved, but it was convenience. And I see if that sort of has a positive effect. Why is now, for instance, the energy agency interested in this, or Vinnova is interested in it? Well, the energy is interested because they think it might contribute to reducing resource or increase resource efficiency. So they have an interest there. Vinnova, I think it has that, but also perhaps more to do with a business perspective. So I think there are both sort of environmental sustainability, there's sort of business sustainability, and there's social sustainability also involved in the discussion. And we, as I said, we don't really know the effects yet because we really haven't got sufficient data to do any proper calculations and see what the effects are.
But I guess just telling people to not use cars and telling people they should do something, this tradition hasn't been terribly effective at getting people to change their behavior. So I suppose MaaS is in part a sort of a looking at it the other way around. What if you provide a much more seamless scope to use different services, can they in fact do without a car, and will more of them follow? But I think it's a very interesting, I like the question a lot.
But you
so
said a rebound effect, and, I mean, we do. There are groups who have increased the number of trips by car within the group, for sure. But if we look at the larger groups, if we take also the ones who have used car sharing over time, on the larger scope, there is a total reduction in the number of cars and in the number of kilometers traveled, and in an increase in active modes and an increase in certain trips by public transport. So I think if we look at each individual, we probably see positive and negative consequences. But if we take the whole larger group, overall we see from a societal perspective positive consequences.
Erica, did you want to just comment on, you saw some people who had 2 cars but were interested to change to 1, or how did car sharing, can you just comment on that? We come to Hans to comment on the question. Where's it going with car sharing?
Well, what we saw in our results was that it depends a lot on the kind of car sharing. So free-floating car sharing generates a lot of travels compared to station-based car sharing services in our sample. And also, they were not necessarily car-free households, but sure could have avoided a second car, maybe. So it depends a lot, I think, as MariAnne Karlsson said, on to whom you ask, and also how the services will be implemented. Like, of course, people will prefer private car, individual cars instead of using buses or trams. So the way that this is implemented can facilitate some behaviors than others, and that should be kept in mind as well, some sort of nudging people to use bus or trams, or not necessarily rely on the single car itself via car sharing or taxi or whatever.
But I guess the motive to fund projects like STARS or whatever it was called, the motive is somebody's trying to get people to not make so many car trips. I mean, that's the it's a Horizon 2020 project, you know. I mean, it's
and then going for only free floating, maybe it's not the best solution for sure.
Okay. And did you want to comment, Hans?
I mean, we're trying to be nice to everybody. But we say our mission is actually to offer an easy everyday life without having to own a car, because we know that owning a car is expensive. We know that a lot of cities make it more expensive to park and everything, but they still need to move around, and then we're the alternative. So in a way, the more costly the parking is, the better it is for us, because that creates a market, but we're actually more solving for the users.
Yeah.
At the same time, if we know there's a shift from car ownership, if we can take 10% in 2 years instead of waiting 5 years for them to change, then we also help the city.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's interesting about car ownership and use and so on. So we have a question from here, and then we have one. You were here, weren't you? So I thought you were before, but he was before, and then you're going to be the next. Yeah, so we take this one.
You will get the next one. Thank you. I was close to the mic, so I grabbed it. Okay, well, first of all, I mean, thank you, and it's really fascinating discussion, and good to see both the research and the business side of that one. Just a comment or short comment from the user perspective, and I think the solution lies in the name itself. When you're saying mobility as a service or MaaS or sharing, then you need to, from the user perspective, which I see is as you need to share my pain, and I need to share your I need to have some share in the profit of yours. So somewhat it needs to make the sense for me as a user on the cost perspective, which might be in the other way. I want to share your profit, and you need to share my pain in that way. So sharing MaaS is when you're sharing this, all stakeholders are sharing their stake in that one. So that is a comment on that part. You share my pain, and I will share your profit.
Yeah, maybe we can ask Hans to comment first. I'm not sure about so much the sharing. I mean, it's a bit like everything, we're all equal, but some are more equal than others in some of this. I mean, it seems to me that here you have kind of different levels of engagement and power between these different organizations and stakeholders, but perhaps you could comment on that.
One thing that in many conferences, a lot of talk, we need to share data. Yeah, well, that's good. But we really need to share the business and share the customers together. And as I said, the blue ocean, yeah, maybe you will lose some customers, but in the end, we're creating a great market. So really but then you have to have that kind of agreements that you are feeling comfortable giving away your customer to share with the other ones.
Mm-hmm. But is that that's quite a big barrier for some organizations, I think, though.
Oh, yeah.
Join in. Yeah, okay. But
it is.
You have to recognize that. Yeah, so I think you have to recognize it, but think about, maybe we have to think about how that will be, affect the success or not of these kind of services, the willingness to have the asymmetrical nature of you give something and you don't get the same things back. Yeah, for sure. It's down here in the middle here, and then we have time for maybe one more question, I think, after that.
Hi, thank you. One question I had was related to, if you look at the mobility market as a whole, there is an excess amount of mobility assets versus the consumption of it today. And I think one of the big things that my hope is for mobility is addressing the utilization perspective of mobility assets. And how do you see the roles of being an integrator rather than being an orchestrator and improving those, if you want to say, capacity utilization of the mobility assets, how that plays in both from a commercial perspective as well as from a consumer perspective?
I think you need, so to say, both, because there are different types of customer. I usually tell that we are not the travel agency, we are actually the charter company, and that was a perfect thing to tell until this weekend when Thomas Cook and Olof went bankrupt, so I'm not going to use that anymore. But some people, in order to travel outside Sweden, they needed a charter company in the 60s and 70s. A lot of the car owners need that kind of support. Then you should have a good open system where you're more like an orchestrator and platform for sharing your car and so on also. So that is maybe a little bit different segments. And in the end, when technology is so good that you don't really need any like us, because the technology is so good, so it solves all that, whether it's blockchain or whatever, then we're not needed. But right now we are needed to do the packaging and the hard stuff to take care of the customers that are feeling insecure to selling their car.
I mean, I guess also in the question, if I understood it correctly, is that actually if you went back to MariAnne's layers of actors, the 5 layers that had different, the 5 groups who influence this, they could all do something to improve the utilization of this asset that we've in a sense, the system's over-resourced with capacity, maybe not, well, at the wrong time of the day and the wrong time of year and so on. But among those, when you looked at them, it was interesting because you'd named organizations who were in there, and so that we can say they're in that category. But I guess do you sort of see differences in the behavior of those layers in terms of, do some of them have a lot of scope to do something to change it, or do we have to, in a sense, can it only be the conductor or the orchestrator or the charter company who can really change it? Maybe it's an impossible question.
What I sort of, my interpretation of all talking to quite a few stakeholders together with colleagues, if we talk, I think that there is a possibility for all these to actually enable this. But the question is, I mean, they have a certain situation at the moment, and they must somehow, these must become aware of the enabling and the barrier creating factors if this is what they want to happen. Because if this is not what society wants to happen, or the local sort of municipality in Gothenburg wants to happen, then there is no motive to do anything just for the sake of it. So the question is, I think it comes down really to, if we talk of those stakeholders, what type of society do we want? And then look and say, okay, how do we enable that? Because relying only on things that everything else will stay the same, we try to sort out the e-scooter problem now by saying they're not allowed, etc., etc. And then at the same time saying we must change the way people travel. I think it's sort of the messages are contradictory. Then actually they also need someone to actually arrange for transport. The way society is built today, we need transport to some degree. If we had another type of society where buildings and work were placed differently, the transport needs would look differently. So I think that they need the entrepreneurs and the service providers to actually provide the service. Then do they also want to see this type of solutions? Yes or no?
Good. Okay. No, I mean, I think it's an interesting question, and I think it also is a nice way to combine some of the ideas that were in the 3 presentations, actually. So we're going to have 2 questions to end with. We'll have Sinisa here, and then you get your second question in a moment, okay?
Yeah.
And then we have coffee.
We often hear that using cars is very expensive, but I would say it's actually what you're really paying for is not using of cars, you're paying for availability. It's always there when you need to go buy milk in the middle of night or when you need to take your child somewhere. And if you look at Gothenburg, where we have, I would say we have rather good public transport. And if you use your own car, you have to pay for congestion taxes. You have to pay for very expensive parking. It's difficult to find parking. People are still using cars. So I'm asking actually, Hans, if you had your company for a while and you've been looking at MaaS. So if you would be able to quantify how good MaaS needs to be to replace car ownership, what would you say?
Or how bad the rest of it needs to be.
Yeah.
And then we may
No, but there's a lot of answers and questions on that. Well, one thing is that looking at how the city is built, Stockholm is twice amount of people, but the double the size or part of the city that is relevant for us. So Stockholm market is actually 4 times bigger than Gothenburg in that sense. Car ownership is an insurance. You always know what you get, that you get it. So that it means that the service need to be as good in different way, but as good. And that means in Gothenburg, maybe the potential market is 15-20% of the households. There where we can start and so to build on. So it's not for everybody. If you need your car once or twice or 3 times a day, then you should keep it. So I think it's I would say with the different MaaSes for different occasion. If you're a tourist, there are different markets for different type of services as well. But in the long run, we need to handle the assets in a better way. That you actually, if you have a more kind of, you actually don't buy your car, you lease. You actually rent it. You pay for availability of a car, and you maybe pay as much today, but when it's not used, it could be used by your neighbor and so on. But we need to move away from car ownership or leasing to some kind of everybody's renting their car, and then it's easy to share them.
And I think in Erica's work, it's interesting about the people who are very, very attached to the car in that sense, aren't they? The groups who are very, the car's a very big and important thing for them, not just because they have different needs.
But it's also interesting to see America. I mean, they're really, we regard Americans as really dedicated to their cars. But we see these types of the same movement is going on there, which is very interesting, I think.
Okay, and then the last question before coffee. Or tea.
Yes, this is slightly related to what you've just been discussing. But do you really think that the different types of transportation that we have today, is that enough to really offer mobility as a service? Or are we missing a big gap in how some kind of new transportation way or... because at least as I see it, I don't really have that many options. I can take the car or I can take the train. That's the 2 options I have. There is a lot of different ways I would like to transport myself if it would be possible. So I don't really see it possible to create a service of mobility when you don't have enough options to choose between.
But I guess that you're talking about part of a journey in a sense, because when somebody's going from one place to another place, often walking is also part of the mobility, and I guess there are sort of options around that part of the trip. But would you? That wasn't
mainly my question here. When you are doing a business out of this, do you really think you can build a business of just choosing by the already existing solutions of transportation, or do you need to add something, a new type of transportation to this to add more value?
You mean like autonomous vehicles?
I would say, I mean, as I said, the possible potential market in Gothenburg is 15-20% of a household. If we can solve the first last mile, so you actually can extend the radius from good public transport much bigger, then would be a game shifter. But it's complicated, it's expensive. Are people willing to pay commercial price to get to the bus stop or not? I think that's one of the biggest challenges, the first last mile.
I think we need new solutions. I honestly think so. I don't want to discuss autonomous vehicles at the moment because there's enough of discussion on that already. But I do see different types of vehicles. But I also see a different types of city or a different type of organizations where we perhaps create other types of hubs where we interplay. I mean, I have an American colleague who actually took just the maps, and I think she's been here to explain that. She took different maps and sort of put them, there was public transport, there was taxi, there was bicycle poolings, etc. And never did they actually meet. Never did the hubs meet. So, and I think that's interesting. So what happens if we sort of design the city so to make the hubs meet, and that you get natural exchange points where you could also do your shopping or whatever. Maybe that. So I think it's we need to sort of zoom out a little bit rather than only look at first of all, the vehicles, but look at the type of vehicles, but rather also the way we design these different transport systems to mate.
Okay, I think on that we'll end and just say that, I mean, I think that was a very, again, an interesting question. And I mean, the question for me is a little bit like, is a mode the same? Is mode A plus mode B just mode A plus mode B, or somehow is that another way of thinking about movement? And the second is about whether the system in some way is different. And so, you know, the system side of it is quite interesting to think about in that context. So thank you very much for your contributions, but thank you very much for the three speakers and for having nice discussions. So thanks a lot. And it's coffee break for 25 minutes.
Good afternoon. And welcome back. My name is Per-Olof Arnäs. I am a researcher here at Chalmers, service management and logistics, and my area of interest is the digital development of logistics and freight transport, which is an extremely fascinating subject. So, for me, this development has very little to do with computers. When some people talk about digitalization, they actually talk about computerization, which is the first step. Then we can talk about digitization. That's when we create all these digital data, when we collect the data, when we make sure that we have them in a format that we then can use in different ways. And that's when the digitalization kicks in. That's when we can exploit all this data and do things that were not possible before. That's when, for instance, as travelers in a public transport system, when the travelers are feeding data back into the system so that you can use that to make new decisions and plan differently and make sure that the system works as efficiently as possible. That was not possible when we had the paper tickets, for instance. So that's when the digitalization kicks in. And we have three exciting speakers here today. We have one speaker, Emily Gustafsson, who could unfortunately not be with us today. But we have, in the beginning here, Klas Hedvall. He will talk about maintenance and how we use digital technology to handle maintenance of vehicles. Jonas Flodén will talk about blockchain. You've all heard about blockchain, I'm sure, and we will talk a little bit more about that. Jonas will show an interesting survey that they have done. And last, we will have Stefan Holmberg from IKEA, who will talk about how IKEA is working with a digital transformation of the whole company and their supply chain. So, and then we will have ample time for discussion in the end. So please think of good questions to ask these speakers, because you will have time to ask them. So the first one, Klas, please welcome up and give him a round of applause. Klas is, and I will read, because I don't want to get this wrong. Klas is an aftermarket solutions analyst at Volvo Group's Trucks Technology. He's also a industrial PhD here at Chalmers. And in his past, he drove a Pripps lastbil, a truck for the local brewery called Pripps, which is sort of a sacred name here at Chalmers. So I think that's a merit that's hard to beat, actually. So welcome, and please.
Tack,
yes.
tack. Yeah, that's when my big love for the big vehicle started back in the days. Peo, just a question here. When did you replace the oil on your vehicle recently? Did you do it?
Eftersatt underhåll. What's that in
yeah, okay. Bad maintenance. So let's talk about maintenance. And this is probably what maintenance means for most of you when you listen to the word maintenance. Greasy stuff, replacing parts, brake systems, overhauling, and so on. There is more to it. So today I will talk a little bit briefly about digitalization and the maintenance of heavy vehicles. We already know by now that vehicles really love digitalization. There is a lot of things we can do. Digitalization and the digits and the communication and the connectivity really brings possibility to do a lot of services, driver assistance, autonomous vehicles, etc., etc. But what about the maintenance of vehicles and digitalization? Is that a good marriage? Maybe. Let's look a little bit more into that. We know that being a haulier is challenging. Most of the hauliers operate at a very, very thin margin, and it takes very little to disturb the economy over the year. And then you have to know that most of the hauliers working and operating in Europe only have one or a few vehicles. You can understand what happens when one of them goes down and you can't really produce and transport as your customer expect. So this sensitivity and the low margin, this is problematic, definitely. We also know that in the transport systems, there are a lot of tough demands. Timeliness, the time it takes to deliver, the robustness and the reliability of the transport. We really expect that we get the stuff when we have ordered it. And also the efficiency and effectiveness. Of course, it's things that all these industries and firms operating in the transport industry network talk a lot about. So, what about if we could better our maintenance solutions in order to support and enable these objectives? And what if we could use digitalization for that purpose? So let's imagine a maintenance solutions for vehicles. It's a little bit fluffy cloud here, and it can stay like that for now. So first we can look at the vehicles. The vehicles operating and performing the transports as we expect them. We connect them, we tap them of data. There is plenty of data that we can use already today. We can understand by listening to the data, we can understand the health of the systems. We can understand if there is a problem coming up, so we can bring in the vehicle before something happens. We can also understand what the mileage is, how many hours the engine has been in operation, etc., etc. We can also, by listening to data, understand how the vehicles has been used. Have them been operating in very warm climate, tough hill climbing, very heavy loads, etc. And all these things have an impact on what kind of maintenance we have to do, when we have to do it. So already at this stage, we actually get a much better position to adapt the maintenance solutions to what's actually happening out there. Then, of course, we can start by connecting the workshops. Already today, we see that we are connecting the tools in the workshops, the systems, etc. So by tapping into the workshop systems, we can understand more about the workshop planning. When do we have technicians available? When is there a vehicle bay available? And specifically, do we have the spare parts required for the specific maintenance that we want to perform? Maybe we need to order in advance or something like that. And by listening to the data in the workshop, we can understand more about that and use this in our fluffy vehicle maintenance solution. Moreover, of course, we have the hauliers. Some of the hauliers are still a little bit old-fashioned, using paper and pen and so on, but some of them have started to use more digitalized systems for vehicle and fleet planning, knowing which vehicle goes where, is there a spare vehicle, etc., which driver drives a specific vehicle and so on. So by understanding that, we can also understand more about the business and operations of the haulier and adapt the vehicle maintenance solutions to that. However, and maybe even more important, because the vehicles has one purpose, and that is to perform the transports in a reliable, timeliness way. So we need to understand more about the transport planning, of course. So let's assume that we also connect the transport buyers, or whoever it is that manage the transport planning. So we can understand when do we have a vehicle that is available for maintenance. In that way, we can actually adapt maintenance solutions to the circumstances in which the hauliers operate. So you can see here how we add on with different kinds of information, bundle that, and then make use of it. Importantly here, you see that it's not a unidirectional arrow. It has to be bidirectional, of course, because using the information and that knowledge that we get by processing all this data in the vehicle maintenance solution, we can actually influence the different systems out there, and we can make even further and better adaptations. So, there are a number of positive outcomes then of this. Of course, hopefully we can reduce the number of unplanned stops. We can also do the maintenance when it's needed only. We don't need to bring it in every XX thousand kilometers, but we do it when it's required because we understand when it's required. We can also have the maintenance performed at a time and at a place that actually fits the transport operations going on out there. And then also we can have the workshop prepared and the spare parts available. So there is a lot of gains we can do here. So to make this happen though, it's not only about the technology, I would argue. Even more importantly, it's actually about interaction between actors out there, between the firms that has to cooperate, exchange data, and build on that, and jointly find solutions. Because if you look on a transport industry network, this is a very simple example, a very generic transport industry network. But already here you can see that it's quite complex. And all these actors here, they have their business models they operate according to. They have their visions, strategies, etc. They have their operational parameters and KPIs. And we need them to cooperate. We need them to understand each other's business. Because they have to share ideas on how do we jointly improve the effectiveness and efficiency of this transport system. Because ultimately we can gain economy and we can gain in sustainability. So I would argue that cooperating, interacting, as Robin said earlier today, it's about a cross-boundary. And as Hans said recently, it's about understanding that all have to gain something from this. So, all in all, coming back to the question here, is there a good marriage here? And I would argue, yes, definitely indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we ask the next speaker to come up here, I have one question. Could you go back? No, maybe you can. It says OEMs on the previous slide.
Yep, I'm trying to get
What
there.
happens when the M becomes an O? Original equipment owner, because isn't that where we are heading?
Yes.
Vehicles as a service.
You always find the small points to push on. That's good. Yes, this is, I would say, a network reflecting how it looks like much today. But what's happening, as you're pointing to here, the roles are changing. What used to be one firm with kind of different roles, for example, a haulier has the role of vehicle owner. Some of them are also having the role as vehicle maintenance provider and then transport provider. But for example, that is breaking up now. We see that there are firms coming that are only owning the vehicles, or some may be only using them. So yes, this makes things more complicated, but even more importantly than to understand how the business mechanisms look like.
Yeah, because I see, as you said, the profit margin of 1.5%. One of the big issues is, of course, the size of the investments, because that will keep profitability down or not.
Yes.
And what happens when they say, we don't want this balance sheet anymore? Volvo, you can own the truck. We will rent it and pay by the mile. then it will become extremely important for the one owning the vehicle to systemize across all their vehicles that they operate.
For sure.
And that's when the digitalization kicks in.
Definitely.
Really, I think so. Thank you. Thank you very much, Klas. Klas will come back. I now want to introduce Jonas Frodén. Jonas Frodén is an associate professor at the business school at the University of Gothenburg. And he will talk about the blockchain technology.
Blockchain, yes.
Hands up if you've heard about the blockchain technology. And keep your hand up if you understand it. A few,
Good.
yeah.
You just took my first question. I was going to ask that.
Sorry. And Jonas feels a little bit bad because he has not been able to put his lobster cages in the ocean yet. And he takes the boat to work.
Every day.
Every day. So, please.
Okay, blockchain. Pierre just stole my question here, but at least I can ask you how many are working with blockchain? 1, 2. How many consider themselves to be experts? Not that many people. Well, I'm not going to reveal the results of the survey, but it's a good hint, at least, in what direction we are heading. So this is a research project. It's cross-disciplinary. That's why there are so many names on this first slide. I don't think I've ever presented anything with that many names on the first slide. So we have people from law department, logistics, computer science, and many different aspects that we are having a rather short project actually looking into blockchain and how it's used. So my plan was to first talk a little bit about what is blockchain. You've heard about it, but maybe you don't really know about it. And then the results from a survey we made where we can see if it actually is used in any way. I thought you'd start off with this. No. It's not the same thing. Bitcoin is one way of using blockchain, and it's also perhaps the most famous one, and it was the one that started kind of hype around blockchain. But it's not really the same thing. It's just one application. So it's just to get that out of the way to start with. But what blockchain actually is a distributed database, which means that we have a database. You all know what a database is. Somewhere we store a lot of data. And we have it in many identical copies distributed at many different nodes, many different locations. Traditionally, when you have a database, you want to streamline it. You don't want to store too much in it, keep it narrow and lean and so on. But here, you're kind of doing the opposite. You try and make copies of it and distribute it in many, many different places. And the point of this is that if you then want to make a change, you want to add something to the database, then you check that all these different nodes, or at least a majority of the nodes, agree that this is an okay change. We agree that we have the same database. So this is a way of then making this secure and making that you don't have to trust any specific partner. In Bitcoin, for example, it's a very good example. You wouldn't want to trust one party to actually owning a database and being able to change or edit how much Bitcoin you own. You want it to be secure so that no one can steal your money. And that way, you simply divide the database into many different locations, and then you have some kind of consensus mechanism to agree when a change or addition is valid and okay. And there are, of course, many different ways of doing this. I'm not going to go into different technical aspects, and there are different ways of tweaking and doing this blockchain. But that's the essential fundamentals of it. The same database in many places, and they all have to have some kind of consensus to agree to any changes in it. And it also has the properties that we don't ever delete or change anything. So this is kind of waste of resources, because we keep on adding and adding and adding to make sure that we can always have traceability. We can always track everything backwards in time, because nothing is ever deleted or removed from all these databases. So if you, for example, should track shipments or ownership of something to a blockchain, you can always follow the history back. If you're tracking economic transactions, you can always follow them back in history to make sure and see what has happened before. And the properties of blockchain is that you then have a kind of cryptographic key. So when you add these changes or blocks together, they are linked to each other by a cryptographic key, which means that you cannot change it. If you should try and go into blockchain and make a change somewhere in the middle, these keys will change and it will become invalid. So a simple example of a blockchain transaction. Let's take Bitcoin. It's a very good example, so that's why we're using it. I want to make a transaction. I want to send money to Klas here, or Bitcoin, if it's money, to Klas. What we do is that we then create a small block with this transaction. We send it out to all the nodes in our network, and they check if they agree. Yeah, okay, he seems to own this Bitcoin, and everyone agrees, or a majority agrees that, yeah, it's true, he owns it. If someone had tried to manipulate it, so I somehow manipulated one of the databases saying that I own everything, the other ones would object and say, no, it's not correct. But in this case, it gets approved. We create this block and add it to this blockchain, and we have the transaction. And now you own the block, own the Bitcoin. Congratulations. And this is how we do it. We have a chain of different blocks that we put together. So here we have a different number of transactions here. And based on this transaction, we can calculate a signature. This is done mathematically. You end up with a unique signature. This could be X32 or normally a longer string of something. And in the next block, you have another transaction and you include this signature key from the other block. Calculate it, and then you get a new signature which you put in the next block. And it means that if I should go in here and change something, this will also change, and you will see that the rest of the chain also fails. So what we have is that we have one database in many places, and we have a function to make sure that you cannot change it or delete or edit anything. So it's also kind of waste of resources. It would have been much more sleek and efficient to just have one database in one position, but what we gain here is that we don't have to trust a single individual. So everyone has access to the information distributed in many different nodes. So where can we then use this, or can we use this? Well, where you don't trust each other, this is where you can use it. If you trust each other, it's easier to just have one database. But when you have a situation where I don't trust my partner, we have again the Bitcoin option. I don't want a single entity to own the record of how much money I own. I don't want anyone to be able to change it. Then you can have this option. Or it could be business transaction. It could be tracing different kind of shipments through a supply chain where you don't know or trust all your partners. We're talking about ownership of land is one thing that has been studied a bit. Imagine that you have a corrupt country where there's a risk that someone might tamper or change with the record of who owns a certain piece of land. You can have it in the blockchain, and then it will not be possible to tamper or change with this in any way. And the thing that the blockchain gives this historical overview means that you can also track origins of things. If you, for example, are buying ecological fruit or coffee, you want to make sure that this is actually ecological fruit that I'm buying, that no one is faking it. And then you could have a blockchain where you log or record the origins of all these fruit or coffee, so you can see that, well, this coffee actually comes from the right place. However, this also points out one other problem with blockchain is that when you have something that's physical, you also have to link the physical entity into the blockchain. It's easier with financial transactions because then everything exists in the computer. If we're having shipments or fruit or whatever, someone has to put the right data into the system, and my box or container of bananas, I don't know if someone just have shifted the banana but kept the box or things like that. So linking then the digital entity to the physical world becomes a challenge here. But there are many different aspects. We're talking about smart contracts. Have you heard about smart contracts? Maybe, yeah? Not that smart really, but it's a nice name. Essential is that you automatically triggers event based on what's happening in, for example, in the blockchain. When something is delivered, you get an automatic payment, for example, because then it's linked direct to the bank and they send an automatic payment and so on. So there are some potential uses of it, and that's why it's become very, well, let's call it a hype. It's been much talk, much interest into blockchain. Have you heard about this? Long Island iced tea? A beverage company in somewhere in the US that weren't that very profitable, so decided, what are we going to do? We need to solve our problem somehow. Well, let's change our name. We're a branded company and we're no longer Long Island Iced Tea Corporation. We are now Long Blockchain Corporation. So they sent out a press release saying that we're now going to start working with blockchain instead. Good idea. Actually not really changing anything in the company, they're just having nice ideas that from now on, it's blockchain. And this is in one day. So yes, talking about blockchain was very hype. And this was December 2017. This was probably where the hype of blockchain was at its absolute peak. This company, if you should follow this line with the stock here, now it's somewhere, well, down here, and they're investigated by FBI and so on, because it turns out that it was a lot of talk, but not that much business behind it. But it's an example that this was a very, very hype area. And this brings us to our study. Since there is so much talk about blockchain, we thought it was interesting to know, well, what about it? Is anyone actually using this? What's the perception about it? Or is it just talk? So what we did was that we sent out a survey in cooperation with West Sweden Chamber of Commerce, Handelskammaren, to export companies in west of Sweden. Typical respondent was the president of the company, and we asked them some basic questions of, do you know what blockchain is? Are you working with it? Do you have any plans to invest in blockchain? And so on. And when Pio asked you, do you know blockchain? Well, I guess you were rather typical. About 21% had never heard the word blockchain before. 43% claim to at least know what a blockchain is. So they claimed it. We never checked it, of course. We don't really know if they actually understood it, but at least they claimed to understand it. But there were only 2% that actually said that, yep, I'm an expert. I totally understand blockchain. So it's, most have heard of it, but not everyone. And when we went further into more technical details, it turned out that they had very little knowledge about technical aspects about it. So the level of knowledge isn't that very high. But have they worked with it then? Not that much either. 91% had none or very limited experience with it. 4% claimed to actually have worked a lot with it. And then like, are you working with blockchain in your companies? And here we got surprisingly high number, 9%, which probably shouldn't be interpreted as 9%. Because actually when we asked a little bit about what kind of projects they had, most projects weren't really what you could consider blockchain. And also it was largely they had some tests somewhere. Research and development had tested something, but there were no one that actually really used it. But it was some tests. We also probably have some bias in the research here because it's more likely that you answer a survey like this if you work with blockchain. So probably it's more people have answered the survey that are actually working with blockchain than if you didn't work with blockchain. So I wouldn't really say that it's 9% of the companies that actually are working with blockchain today, but some are doing it. But do they like blockchain then? Yes, they like blockchain. but not that much for themselves, but much more for others. So we just asked them a question about the importance of blockchain in the future on a scale 1 to 5. They position themselves fairly much in the middle, but at least they say that it's going to be more impact for other companies or for industry than for themselves. So not much for themselves. And then when we looked further into more detailed questions, what they think about blockchain, the statement, do you agree with them strongly or not at all? We can see that they seem to have a positive view of blockchain. They think it gives us new business models, and it gives us new sources of income, it's faster, it's generally, they're rather positive. And questions like we have here, is blockchain a hype? Scored very low, so I don't think it really was a hype. There are no competitive advantages, also scored fairly low, so I don't think it's a hype. They think it's useful, they like it. But if you ask them about the companies, blockchain will completely change our line of business. We're a fairly low agreement. We will lose our competitive advantages if we don't start using blockchain. Also fairly low agreement with that. Our suppliers, customers, and competitors are discussing and working on blockchain. No, they're not. So they kind of like it, but they don't really see the use of it for themselves. So then we ask, well, what can make you want to invest in blockchain? And we can see that essentially they are businesses. They want to save money, reduce risk. If it can save money, if it can reduce risk, then we're willing to do it. A bit interesting is that when you try and sell blockchain, talk about blockchain, you talk a lot about this traceability, transparency, and so on. And that was not on the top list here of when they ranked the factors. It was more about making money, reducing risk. That's where they put their focus on. The transparency here was at the bottom of the list. We further asked them, well, what are preventing you from actually doing this? And this question maybe doesn't give that much chance because they all answered fairly in the middle, most likely because they're not really considering, haven't really thought about it. But at least very, very slightly, there's the practical things. We don't have the competence. It's not a priority. There's no convincing application for it. Essentially, we don't really know what we're going to do with it. Other factors about the technical things weren't that critical, but it was more like, well, we're not really sure how we're going to use this. So what we can see here is that, yes, people tend to like blockchain. They have a positive view of it. They think it's going to have an impact, but it's more difficult for them to see the impact for themselves and see how they're going to use it in their own industry. So we trust the technology, we think there's a future, but we're not really sure where we're going to use it, and which is kind of natural for one of these new technologies that come in, become very hyped, and then you have to figure out where actually to use it. But it's in the end, it's a lot about business. How can we make money from it? Can we make money from it? And that's the overriding factor here in the study. So that's my conclusion. Have any questions?
Thank you. It has been quite a hype, starting around 2016 and going for about 1 year. It peaked, if you look at Google search history, I think it peaked in 2017. Then it has gone down. Even if you combine blockchain and supply chain, it also peaks around that time. We have these giants entering into this area. We have IBM, we have Maersk, we have Walmart, all of them launching their own blockchains. Are they really blockchains?
Good question.
Or are they just another database that's owned by someone?
Yeah, and that's the thing is that point of having a blockchain is that you don't have to trust each other. But there are different types of blockchains. You can make blockchains that are more private when you need to be member and so on to use this blockchain. And the further you go in that direction, the closer you get to a traditional database. And if you wanted to have a traditional database, just have a traditional database. It's easier, more efficient, better in all ways. So yeah, it's a very good question. Many of these are bordering very much on the point where well, if I still need to trust you, I still need to be a member, sign a contract, have a membership fee, well, maybe you should have a central database again. So very much borderline in some cases.
Yeah. So we will come back to that when we have the panel. So thank you. Now the last speaker we have, before we have a group discussion together with you, is Stefan Holmberg. Stefan is a process development leader at IKEA, and he really likes his caravan.
I do.
Yes, so please.
Yeah, it's a small home, and I'm afraid it doesn't lend itself so well to putting a new sofa or kitchen or something, but still, I like it still. Digitalization and integration in this supply chain, in IKEA's Omni-Channel supply chain, and how do we drive performance? I plan to share with you a little bit about what is lying behind, the drivers. I call it a business model under siege. It's, in a way, it is. There's a lot of transformation. We come from our blue boxes, and that is really changing. But perhaps more interestingly, what are we doing about that? So I want to share with you a few hands-on things. Let's see how spectacular they are. But let's see here. Okay. Changing reality. I was listening to one of the previous presentations, and well, people are moving into cities, and less people, hopefully it seems, should own their own car, and it seems we are going in that direction. At least big cities, like 2/3 does not have an own car, which is kind of a challenge for IKEA, because we were founded as a company and started to do business when people had more time than money, and they had a car, so they could actually go to the store, spend a day there, have some meatballs, take the package, go home, and then spend the rest of the day trying to put it together. So now the opposite applies. We have, relatively speaking, I'm not talking for all people on earth, but still we have more money than time, so we are looking for something else. Going to a store, although it can be an enjoyable experience, hopefully a lot of inspiration, but after going in there to just pick up the tea lights, and you have to walk 2 miles, well, you could see that as good exercise, but some see it as like a burden. So the first thing you look for are the shortcuts. Time-consuming, bit cumbersome in combination with great inspiration, but still, it's kind of it's sometimes working against us. Aging population, wealthy, healthy, stay active longer. When you grow older, you probably do not go out with a Pax mirror wardrobe like 80 kilos or something like on your arm. So that's also a part of the change that we see. Of course, technology, very much about this is about technology, digitalization, and revolution. So a number of things are for sure changing. Consumer behavior, we don't need to go any further than to ourselves. We do change, some quicker than others. But we are looking for different things. More convenience. We want to put less effort into the kind of everyday thing that you might not experience as extremely value-adding. But also from a price point of view, we seem to demand more. How many of you are, for instance, bailing out from the purchase when it says you have to pay for the freight? Well, free shipping is kind of assumed. Now services is supposed to be included as well. Speed, definitely a deal breaker, but speed, but also precision. And I think that there's probably a balance there. You can trade precision for speed, and doesn't have to come extremely quick if you just get it when you're actually home, so you don't need to take time off from work. Coming in evenings or weekends, which actually bring there's less of a puzzle to do that. So strategic response, what do we do about that? And anyone that has ever seen an IKEA strategy in few words probably recognizes accessibility. We want to be there for the many people. Now we want to be there for many more of the many people. We want to reach out, completely aligned with the vision. We really want to reach out to people to create a better everyday life. Also and always with affordable products. Tomorrow also affordable to many more of the ones that cannot afford us today. We might feel living in the Western world or Sweden that, well, it's reasonably priced, maybe not as cheap as it was, but still affordable. But that is not true for all people everywhere. It actually can be quite expensive, and we want to reach there as well. So it is always a drive to become even more affordable. Sustainability over time, we probably could talk almost the rest of the day with the sustainability initiatives. I will not spend extremely much time on that, but it is, as you see, one of the three pillars here, that sustainability goes so well hand in hand, of course, with the cost consciousness and affordability aspect, but there are a lot of things happening on the sustainability note as well. So, transformation. The blue box, the potato field installation of a blue box where you have to drive an hour or so to get to a large parking lot at opening, lineups on the highway for miles and miles, and the catalog. We still have the catalog. We have the traditional thick one, beginning of September in most countries. There are smaller ones coming more frequently, but that is like where we're coming from. But that is changing. So with the sitting there with our tablet or phone or laptop at home in the sofa, purchase, absolutely that is changing. We are selling now like 10% of total sales comes from online shopping. But it's not only about the products. Anyone that have been to a store or followed that a bit over time, at some point there was the kitchen planner, for instance, came as a service. You can tap in online and download, and you can build your kitchen. You can come to a kitchen consultant at the store, get some help to fix your kind of mismatches, and get some help from that. So service and product, increasingly, many more services are coming. From mass production to mass customization, you might not experience that so much today that you can order just about anything, but just for fun I tapped into the Chinese website and I saw some examples of how we do that, and a lot of other non-IKEA companies are actually taking that business to provide you with kitchen fronts in a variety of things pretty much on demand. So that is also something that we see, but from a supply chain perspective, more interestingly, what does our supply chain look like? I would say many times we still ourselves picture our supply chain as an almost linear step-by-step, different levels, straightforward supply chain, but it's not. We are seeing more and more interconnections between different nodes to pop up different kinds of nodes that we didn't have before that provides different kinds of services. So that is also, it's all of that a transformation that we see. So accessibility to the upper left corner is a full-blown 40,000 square meter IKEA store, not in a potato field, but pretty much in the city center of Hamburg. That is a few years old, but I think that was really the first one that broke the concept of buying cheap land outside of city centers. That just started that journey, and now we see just recently, we have anyone been to the Stockholm kitchen shop? No? You stay in Gothenburg, right? Yeah, 355 square meters, really small. Madrid, 2 stores, shops, Paris, 2 opened one, or I don't know if it was one or two this summer, but it really, one of them at least, and there was a massive storm of customers, and we had really problems to replenish it, which point at one of the challenges in city centers. So we are exploring very much new formats for how to meet our customers, very much in city centers in different shapes and formats. Of course, when we do that, and in combination with online sales, we need to have a web platform worth the name, which really has not been the case. I was giving a lecture here at Chalmers half a year ago, and they were nagging me about our crappy websites. And probably that was fair and somewhat true, but we are also taking enormous steps, whatever that means, to improve that. But the backbone needs to be there. We need to offer really good experience. And of course, going from, I tapped into one of the internal education material showing the transformation we've made, going from a checkout procedure in the old web platform with, I believe it was 12 or 14 different fields that you had to fill out, which actually caused a lot of customers to bail out and simply skip. I don't want to give all that information. To go into Klarna, they had to type in 2 fields, and that actually improved the situation dramatically. So small things that makes a difference. We have the augmented reality. Does anyone have that? IKEA Place app? Tried it? Yeah. I just learned that we dropped a new release of that. So you can actually place multiple products. You can even scan a room and say, I want like a workstation kind of or home office, and it kind of uses the range to give you a proposal. So that is also something that happens. The Home Smart application might not be so spectacular, but it's still building on mobile devices that can help you do things to connect things in your home. Again, different kinds of services. And again, the Chinese website, I think they had like 12 or 15 different planners for the Plaza range, for the Pax range, for the kitchen, blah, 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 and a number of things. So yes, absolutely. We are trying to meet our customers in different ways than just coming to the store. Electric trucks is planning on, or speaking about on the sustainability note, yes, there are initiatives that are coming, not only because like it's a good thing to do and less pollution, but actually we are not allowed to drive in city centers with the old big trucks, maintained or not. So just short glimpse, this is our network today, explained in brief. We place orders to the left, online or in store. We have traditionally 2 different kinds of satisfying that, either through a parcel unit, which smaller things, or this customer distribution center, typically with the packs and the sofas and the big stuff. We call it sometimes the truck range. So not very complicated network, but it's not really satisfying the needs that we have. So what we want to do with the transformation that we see, it's more complex, we need more speed, there will be more online orders that puts demand on the capacity, we need to configure things in a different way. So what we try to use better is the existing network, because it's pretty expensive to build a new blue box. So how can we use the boxes we have to do more things than they did yesterday? We sometimes call that a multifunctional logistics unit, but the point is they do more things that they used to do. We can pick and customers can collect, we can pick and we can ship things that we didn't do before. So that is one thing. We try to concentrate some of the range that is either expensive or complex. Kitchen range, pulling together a complete kitchen, there is a lot of components that needs to kind of come together nicely. It's easy if we consolidate that. And what we actually do, seen more from a what's the difference point of view. What we see, the upper 2s are the fulfillment stores with the click and collect and click and deliver functionality, and the specialized CDC, I call it, that's where we keep the kitchen range. So we see more and more of that the network is becoming more different kinds of units, which also makes our network a bit more complicated, as we will see in a moment, when it comes to, for instance, forecasting and replenishment. I wanted to talk about integration and digitalization. So what is integration? Of course, in a simple way, is it brings something together that were separated before. Things where we like to start, at least, although we sometimes start at the wrong end, is that how do we want things to work? Seen from a process point of view, we do bring different kinds of things together in our network. For instance, when it comes to forecasting. Just 2 years ago, most of our stores, they run their own local forecast in their local warehouse system, local store system. And we ran a centralized mid-term forecast, and they were kind of blended together, which means that we have a glitch and the plans looks different in different places. What we did was to bring that together. So we now use the central forecast to be the base for a store forecast upon which they actually can make changes based on the knowledge and understanding they have what actually is happening in the store. We are moving sales spaces. We are running small ads and commercials or activities on certain things that we don't have represented in the history. So that is actually one of the things that we do from a demand forecasting point of view to integrate our supply chain. The next part is when it comes to replenishment planning, inventory planning, we typically have planned 84 weeks out in time, which is like 1.5 years. That is good at the very beginning, but we were planning on day level, 84 weeks out, which just imagine what's the precision out there 1.5 years out with a forecast and everything that is plan into that. Not very good. So what we are doing is to aggregate and extend. So we run now we have started to run, it's not fully implemented, aggregated plan further out in time, 18 months actually, and we are shortened the more detailed plan to something like 8 months. The inventory planning more in detail, the traditional approach was very much what I illustrated to the far right, a level by level approach. And we calculated from the store backwards and simply step by step calculated. What we are doing now, together with JDA, we do a multi-echelon inventory optimization where we take all the nodes and all the stockholders in the supply chain into consideration and try to squeeze some inventory out of that, which also means that we need to make changes to our network and open up more options. So that is a pilot to be started now in a month's time. Logistics capacity. We have for many years concentrated our efforts in having a good capacity planning with our suppliers. But we also know, and you know perhaps more than anyone else, about the transportation side of things. Obviously, there is a capacity planning needed there as well, and we're running with 1.5% margin on the business there. You need to be really on your toes there, not to idle with the transportation. What we try to do is bring the transportation, the warehouse, the handling, the production, try to bring that into one process where we can actually plan from stores up to suppliers and back. That is a big elephant to swallow. So we've just started to describe the processes for doing that. We don't have a system to calculate that today. But that's an integration effort that really will bring benefits, because we are really sub-optimized and we know it's wrong, but we don't know how to do it better. Network design, definitely. We run Llamasoft products to optimize our network and extend that network into the future and use that to project tomorrow's volumes in tomorrow's network, in not this existing network. So that is yet another example of how we try to tie things together. Processes is one thing. Realization and put that into reality is a different thing. So many times, I'm not saying always, but many times we need to follow that with a system implementation. For the first one, we call it a project, the one-aligned forecast. with the store and the central forecast, we put a new system in place that actually did that system integration as well. A lot of information, of course, flowing in between. What we did perceive with this was that there were far less manipulation in the store with shopkeepers that wanted to change the forecast to trigger a replenishment so they were sure that they would actually get the goods. Now there is not so much. They trust the forecast. They put in their local intelligence about what's going to happen. We see that the average stock has decreased a little, but the real gain is that we have more stock on the products that we need more stock because we used to have stockouts. And the other cases, it actually goes down. So it's a rebalancing of inventory to a more healthy inventory in the stores. Productivity-wise, yes, because less tampering with the forecasts. The JDA inventory optimization, definitely, that is so complex that you don't do that with an Excel or a whiteboard. But I think perhaps one of the bigger things is around the IT platform to create a transparency. A boring fact perhaps is when we are creating transparency in the supply chain, we have realized, just looking at the simple thing like inventory information, we do not define things the same way in different parts of the supply chain. What you call, we use different terms, and it's no way standardized. Stock on hand, stock in transit, security stock, safety stock, a number of different things. What we try to come up with is a aligned terminology based on APIX and then implement that. That's a prerequisite for actually going towards transparency, so we know that an apple is an apple. I don't know if we need a blockchain for that, but it could be perhaps. So on the digitalization note, I'm starting perhaps at the simpler, and maybe that's a computerization, was it? Something like that. Well, anyways, we're using digital tools to actually change something. We make it more efficient. We use the RPA to take away a number of key punching things, which typically improves productivity if we find good examples and less errors. So that is something we are working with. It's not completely new. I just made a reflection that when I started with IKEA, which is like more than 20 years ago, we had something we called reflection automation. It was reading from one place and putting it in another. Same, but different. This is more advanced. It's easier to program. It can do more things, but it's really not completely new. But it frees up time and it allows us to move on to other more value-adding things. Machine learning, we have started. I think would be a fair statement. We have probably, that I know of, at least a handful, a little bit more, of data scientists that are really tapping into a number of things. We are not extremely structured when it comes to setting up data lakes to really make sure that we have all the data in place to leverage on that data using machine learning. But we have started, we are using it typically for demand forecasting to improve the forecasts in our stores, primarily because they are the ones that are used to drive up the supply chain for like 16 weeks out. We do think we see good results, but I think we need to spend quite a bit more time actually to trim that system to make it actually deliver. Stockouts. Prediction of stockouts, getting better estimation of lead times, maintenance of parameters, etc., are areas where we see potentially that we can use this. What I have seen lately, and now this is not marketing, but we actually used IBM Watson in a case where we have, again, kitchen. Kitchen is a complex range. We call them system articles because there is a lot of interdependencies between cabinets and fronts and hinges and whatever. People out in the region, they are spending quite a lot of time to make sure that the inventory balanced. You might think that with the forecast and the need calculation, everything should be balanced, but it's really not quite like that. So there is a lot of hands-on work. And with the IBM Watson, we saw that we could actually save fair amount of time. I'm talking tens of thousands of hours actually by using this and the resolution functionality to suggest do like this, and that will become much better. Coming back to the a big initiative that has been running for like 2 years. We call it IKEA Product Information Management, and it ranges from information about products, how they are constructed. We find internal hierarchies. It's about standards for how we use different codes to identify them, but it's also about, from my perspective, more interestingly, the supply chain transparency part, where we can see system support that will, in that sense, integrate the information flow across our entire supply chain. We want to have the same source of information, that we are not looking and debating about what you say it's 250, I have 245 or 200. Is that in transit? Has it arrived or has it not, or whatever? That would allow us to be more transparent and actually come up with one source of the truth. There is also a lot of things about being able to interact with our customers in a real time or really close to real time, sharing information, interacting with them. So those are the things, and I actually think, oops, that was the last slide. So a few things on the integration notes, a bit on the digitalization. So that's where we are.
Thank you. Thank you. This is extremely interesting, and I know that IKEA has been embarking on a smart home, digitalization of the home journey. Mm-hmm. Will the customer be a part of the supply chain in the future?
I think the customer is and has been part of the supply chain for many years. They have actually done the last mile delivery for us for 75 years.
And how will you leverage these data when it comes to that? Because I'm changing all my light bulbs at home to IKEA light bulbs actually. Yeah. So I'm actually putting tons of sensors in my home now, owned by or produced by IKEA. Yeah. Are you using those to see how my lighting patterns change over the year?
I can't tell you. GDPR. Now, honestly, I don't know. But of course, we can see opportunities. We talk about predictive maintenance, for instance. If we can see that now the two of your bulbs in your living room is actually starting to show signs of breaking down, so we can send you a prior notice that, oops, you probably, or we can send them to you. You just need to confirm. Or something else is happening. How smart it becomes, of course, depends on things like what do you connect to it with the Internet of Things and whatever. Is that connected to the fridge that you buy from IKEA as well, or the oven, or the coffee maker, or whatever, the garage door, or I think the sky is the limit, and you can probably just expand that indefinitely, more or less.
I think so too. We want to invite the previous two speakers, Jonas and Klas, also on stage, and grab one of the mics with you. And just a quick note while you're getting up here. I have now a new dammsugare, from Electrolux, and I don't own it. I rent it. I pay per square meter cleaned at home. And with maximum 249 crowns per month. And then there's a floor of 89 crowns or something like that. And that robot cleans every day. We put it to good work at home. And they will maintain it for me. I will not have to do anything. That's the advertisement, at least. I've had it for a month now. And when things start to break down, they will just replace them. So Klas, just to ask you, is this the new black?
Yeah, or white? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. We will see changes to the ownership of equipment. who is owning, who is using, who invests in the first place, and who maintains. So coming back to the roles, the combination or the configuration of different roles that we see already today will change and is changing already today, which has a very interesting impact on business models, how we organize the business networks, etc., connecting to you guys in a very clear way as well.
So Jonas, blockchain. I've been part of this hype. I've seen it in the European Commission, from being something that you use to buy drugs online to almost something that will save the world. And now it starts to get integrated in a number of different things. Will we talk about blockchain in 2 years?
Yes, we will, but maybe not everyone. We will have it as technology. So the people that are technology expert, they will talk about blockchain, they will talk about databases, they will talk about many different technologies. But we will probably more look at it as end users. When we use a computer database today, we don't know what's happening in behind it. So those of you that are in the computer industry, you will continue to talk about blockchain. But those of you who are not, you will probably use it, but perhaps not be aware of it.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, we have one down in the middle. So, yeah, you will get a microphone. And please tell us your name and where you're from, so we know.
Hi, Ahmed Assad from Combitech. I have a question for Stefan regarding IKEA and working with RPA. I just want to know what kind of RPA tools do you use, and how come you decided to use that tool, and what was the challenges using RPA?
I'm afraid I will not be able to answer what kind of software we are using. I'm not an RPA expert myself, so I will need to pass on that one.
Okay. We have a question down here.
I'm Lakshmi Salilkar. I'm from Chalmers. So my research interest is in knowledge transfer and knowledge flow. So I was pretty much inspired by one of your slide, wherein you, it was the service thingy, maintenance bubble, that slide. I mean, if you look at it, it looks like kind of like schizophrenic relationship between different actors in a particular ecosystem. And the slide before that, you talked about how in vehicle maintenance solution, there is a bidirectional flow of data as well as knowledge. So my question is, how does, what kind of knowledge are you talking about? And how do you superimpose this knowledge in a multi-actor ecosystem perspective?
Yeah, good question, and definitely complicated. If we look on the kind of data that is available and will become even more available in the future, we are talking about how vehicles are used, the planning that lies behind the transportation taking place. We can already start to understand when stocks are being built up in warehouses and so on. So actually we can aggregate the information on very many different levels. But first, when combining all these different assets of data and information and using them to understand how does this system operate, because it's an ecosystem or network or whatever you want to call it, and understand the different roles and business logics of the different firms, then we can also try to understand how to use this. Because as Hans explained before and pointed to, we need to understand how to make every actor gain from this. And it's definitely possible, as far as we see today, to make that happen in a much better way if we actually open up, share data, share information, put it together and aggregate from there. I hope that was part of the answer. The temporal, yes, another one. The picture was very much into the spatial dimensions, definitely. Yes, prognostics. By learning how vehicles are used, for example, and have been used, we can definitely understand more about how will they be used in the near time future. By learning... It has to, yeah, it has to definitely. So both space dimension and the time dimension are important here, definitely.
Thank you. And I have one more question for all of you with a tweet answer, because we have almost run out of time. What's the next logical step for you?
What's the next logical step? Wow. I think that whatever is going to happen is going to happen in the front end towards our customers. Coming out of the combining the presence in city centers, new technology, maybe it's combined with autonomous vehicles. I don't know how close that is, but I think a number of things coming together now that actually put demands on those things. There is speed, it is accessibility, there is the environmental impact and the presence in the city. So I think whatever is being spectacular is going to happen out there in the cities.
So consumer facing,
Yep.
autonomous, digital,
Environmental
technology,
friendly.
environmental friendly.
All
Thank you.
keywords.
Yeah, all the keywords, yeah. We checked them all. Jonas, what's the next big thing in blockchain?
Well, I thought I'm not going to talk about blockchain. Just in general, I think that the trend is the processes, the business models, the way we're doing things. We already have a lot of technology, but we have to realize that it's also the way we use it. How can we use our technology in a more efficient, in a new way, in a strange way, in a way we don't know yet? So how can we use the processes, develop the models, the steps, the procedures to utilize this technology to a full extent? We are still a bit focused on technology, and we have a new technology and we focus on it now as a technology. But it's a whole system. The system, the processes, the model. How can we see the big picture and find the new ways of utilizing all this in a good way?
So
and maybe blockchain somewhere.
Do new things and do old things new ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Change the way we do things.
Yeah. Thank you. And Klas, you have the last word. What will be the next big thing in predictive maintenance?
Yeah, or obviously I would take it in another direction. For me, the obvious thing is to connect us here. What we have been talking about, that makes sense if we integrate that. For example, transportation needs to be connected to the transport buyers' operations and business models. And maintenance is part of that. So we need to share information in order to understand how to optimize this. Then, of course, coming back to blockchain, definitely could be used in, for example, when we have done maintenance of a vehicle, we can put a stamp there. So we know that a specific vehicle is certified for use in a specific area, for example. So it's about connecting things, networks, interaction.
Thank you, and we'll let that be the last word, and I give them a big hand. They were really good.
Thank you.
So I will now pass on the words to our next moderator, Sonja. Take it away.
All right. So let's press on directly to the next session without taking a break. But you guys been fantastic. I hope you really enjoyed today's session so far. I'm going to chair the next session. That is called How to Ensure the Competence Needs of Swedish Industry and the Society. We have 5 fantastic panelists. Can I invite my panelists coming up to the stage? The panelists come from a wide range of sectors, from including Volvo Cars, Volvo Trucks, Chalmers University, and Traffic Vacant. Sorry for my English, still working on it. And in the human resource sector. So I will have you introduce yourself, briefly tell us your name, affiliation, and the we have 30 minutes in total, so each panelist will have about 5 to 10 minutes to make your statement about what you think your sector can contribute to. We kind of formulate a few questions, and they are roughly kind of in the topic of what do you think your sector can contribute to the digitalization needs of the society. So, Érika, do you want to start? Maybe we just have a round of introduction, and then we'll go by. We'll give your statement in order. Does that sound good?
Yes. Is this on? Yeah, okay, good. So my name is Erica Ljungqvist, and I'm here at Chalmers University of Technology. I'm a director of lifelong learning, and this is an assignment I have from the Vice Rector for Education and Lifelong Learning.
Hi everybody, my name is Silva Hallengren Aronsson. I'm the Senior Vice President for Human Resources for the Technology Organization in Volvo Group.
Hello, my name is Jakob Kraft. I come from SEFT, where I am a product owner in the HR department there.
Number 3. Hi, Peter Everstrand, Volvo Cars, R&D. I work with innovation and technology management there.
Good afternoon. My name is Hamid Zargamper. I work as strategist, working mainly with connected and cooperative transportation system.
Thank you. So as we communicated beforehand that it would be very nice to each one of you to speak about 3 to 5 minutes about, from your perspective, how do you think your industry can contribute to ensure the needs of, the needs of digitalization in Swedish industry and society? And what are the gaps that you see, and what kind of support you think will be needed from the other industry and other sectors? Sounds good? So take it away.
Okay, so I definitely think that Chalmers can contribute in many different ways. So I want to talk about 2 of those things, and one is that we have to make sure that the students that take their degree from Chalmers, of course, they should have competences in digitalization when they leave the university. And we also can contribute to the lifelong learning for engineers that are out in the industry that needs more knowledge about digitalization. So if I talk more about the first part, about our students and our education that we have here on campus, since 1 year back we have a digitalization strategy. And some parts of that is that all students should get some competence in digitalization. So it should be integrated in all programs, some basic knowledge. And then we also have that for those students that are very interested, they should also have possibility to take elective courses within digitalization to deepen their knowledge. And for those students, few students who want to become specialists, we also will have that opportunity. For example, to take a master program that really deepen their knowledge within digitalization. So starting from this autumn, we have a new master program, for example, in data science and AI. And when it comes to the lifelong learning, I mean, we have opportunities that we have for companies through Chalmers Professional Education, and we also can offer other things for individuals, like we have the MOOCs, open online courses that are free of charge. And, but we have some challenges here now that I want to talk about, and that is when it comes to the number of teachers within this area, that it's really a high demand of those teachers. They should both contribute to our program educations as well as to this lifelong learning. So it's a high pressure. So we have to use those teachers in an efficient way, to use them in the best way. So here comes digitalization in again, that we can use digital tools. If we use that in a good way, we can use our teacher more efficiently. So, for example, we can have film lectures, so they don't have to do those lectures over and over again, but we can have film materials that we can use. And that is, so we have projects going on right now about how to develop new formats for lifelong learning, so we can use our teachers in these blended learning situations, teaching situations, so we can use them efficiently. However, some challenges with that is then that even though it's very efficient to use the teachers while running the courses, it's very time consuming to develop those new courses. For example, like the MOOCs that we have here within, especially we have like a set of MOOCs with the emergent automotive technologies. It's been very time consuming to develop these MOOCs. So when we decide what kind of courses that we are going to develop, we have to make very wise decisions and may have to make sure that there is a demand that we are in the courses that we are going to develop. And in order to accomplish this, we need to have good dialogues with the industry to make sure that we develop courses that there is actually in need of within the industry and at the right knowledge level, so to speak. And one channel to do that could, for example, be through the strategic partnerships communication or other contacts that we have with the industry. Yes.
Thank you. Sure. I was going to have everybody make a statement, but I think in order to make it more interactive, maybe we'll take 1 or 2 questions after each statement to make it a little bit more interactive. Do you like that idea better? All right, so anybody has any, we'll take 1 or 2 questions for Érika before we move on to the next one. And the panelists, you feel free to ask any questions as well to Érika. If you want to jump in, you want to add anything she says, feel free. Any questions? About education? Yep, there's one.
Yes, thank you. My name is Virpi, and I'm a former student at Chalmers. And I just wanted to ask about the MOOCs and the courses you're on. Are you also planning to reach out to alumni at Chalmers in the industry? I mean, it could be a good opportunity to develop the courses and see what needs there are.
Okay, yes. If you're an alumni from Chalmers, you are possible right now, as it looks like, to come and take some single courses at Chalmers. Unfortunately, that is just what we have today is just daytime, so that is maybe not so convenient if you are working. The MOOCs are of course open, but then they are just online, so it means that you have to be very motivated because you will not have so much interaction with the teachers actually in that way. But what we're looking into now in some projects that we have is to develop also more online material, maybe MOOCs, together with some possibilities to get more interaction also with the teachers. However, by the funding situation, how you can fund education or pay for education, there are regulations that we have to follow. So there are difficulties for individuals actually, since education for individuals have to be for free. It's only just companies that can pay for education. And then there has to be available courses. And that's not really how it looks like today, but that's something we have to look into more, how to develop such possibilities for alumni.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if everybody aware is that last year we have a new data science program, master program. It's been extremely popular.
The master program starts already this autumn, so it's in data science and AI. And we also have courses in like introduction for data science and AI. I know that there are some plans now on how to make them compulsory and integrated during the first 3 years in programs. So it's coming, and it will be in more and more programs.
Right, and one of the biggest initiatives at Chalmers is the new AI Center, Artificial Intelligence Center, that's planning to have collaborations with the industry and the society and Chalmers.
Yes, and we also, of course, another type of learning is, of course, through the industrial PhD students and research projects. That's also learning, of course, that can take place in industry.
Excellent. So maybe for the sake of time, we will have you.
Very good. So the entire day today has been about connectivity. And I think it's a lot about connectivity. If we're not connected between Chalmers in this case and Volvo Group, for example, we miss an opportunity for learning and collaboration and elevating actually learning. There are other things at play at the moment. Supply and demand of resources in new capabilities is very scarce. So how do we as companies accelerate our own capabilities in areas where we actually have to be very strong to be competitive for the future? We know that science says today that learning and actually knowledge gets old in 5 years, if that is scientifically proven. I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but actually that is how quickly sort of the time scale is today. And we also know that we as human beings, we need to be stretched, but it's also very difficult to change our behaviors. Very, very difficult to change behaviors. When we know something, how do we actually make people to want to know more, etc.? What we do in the Volvo Group then is that we work on different levels. First of all, we need to continue to be a very attractive employer. And data shows us every day that if we that stand here in the front, if we're going to be attractive as employers, development is one of the most important things for our people. Either if you want to be an expert, if you want to be a leader, if you want to be a project leader, or if you want to be a subject matter expert, development and growth and knowledge is something that people are striving for, and also the companies have a purpose. We're into something more than just maybe delivering trucks or selling trucks. We also have another challenge, and that is that when it comes to learning, if we are not quick enough in actually enable with technology different ways for people to learn, when they are maybe sitting on a flight, when they are at home, when they have opportunities to learn, it's not going to be around one size fits all any longer. We have to be very timely in all of the things that we're doing for our employees. So we work very hard at the moment to find those levers to actually accelerate knowledge in our own company so that people have an opportunity to develop both through trainings but also through being exposed to things in a different way. Are we there yet? No, but nobody's there yet because we're very busy in every company today doing the things that are ordinary operational things. So how do you actually break that chain and increase capacity to actually do what you have been doing, taking your PhD, being at Chalmers, and actually broaden the network, being out there, seeing what's happening in the world. I think also we have a luxury in the Gothenburg area. Normally you say that competition is bad. Competition is actually very good because we create an ecosystem where people can learn from each other and we compete. And that means that we have to be good as employers to keep our staff, to be able to actually enable things and learning and growth opportunities for individuals, and be very attractive in all of those aspects. So that's the other piece. And then, of course, getting stuck or stock of the global. Where is the knowledge today? I mean, globally before was very far away. Globally today is very close. So if the knowledge sits somewhere else, how can we tap into that knowledge? And how can we actually bring it in? So I think we will see much more of proximity, collaboration. How do we solve the different things together? We as companies have a clear challenge in that there isn't enough resource that knows the things that we need to know for the future. How do we all the time accelerate our own resources and our own people to be willing to be part of that change journey? And then, of course, we talk about transformation, but actually there is a lot of very important what is called today in classical word old knowledge that is very important for the future. So we can't lose that. We really can't lose everything that we have learned either. But what are the things that we need to capture very quickly? So from a human resource perspective, it's really to think about how do we balance all of these things? How do we make sure that we can leverage the opportunities for people, but also the time to do it, and how do we provide solutions that fits the individual needs, not sort of that one size fits all. So we have a huge challenge, but the technique and the digital platforms are here to do it. It's about experimenting, testing, trying, and see how far can we do it, what fits different people, and then set the bar. So that's a perspective from us.
That's very comprehensive. Any questions from the audience? Wanting to work for Volvo Trucks, or?
Everybody should work for Volvo Trucks.
Any questions or suggestions or comments? How Volvo Trucks can connect with the society and can increase or maintain or elevate their competence?
I think we have a question there, or a comment.
Oh, please.
Hello, hi, I'm Frederick. I work within the Volvo group. So
very good.
My question to you is, do you do some sort of competence mapping?
Yes, we do.
And how do you follow up on that?
Well, there are so many models today, but what I say to my line leaders that I work with is that, first of all, as a line leader, you need to always make sure that your group is competitive. Competitive for the business challenge that you're gonna actually solve for. And then you break that down into looking at what competences do I need then? And what does that mean for the people I have in my group? And where do we need to be in the next year, in 2 years, in 5 years? And then you break that down into every single individual. There are massive tools out there. Will the tools make the difference? No. It's a dialogue that makes the difference between you and me. If I were your line leader, I would have the dialogue every week with you around what is it, what's the learning, how far, how quick are we going there, etc. So for me, there are massive amounts of tools, but if you rely on a tool, you forget the most important piece, and that is really about the human interaction, and that I push you and challenge you to move to the next level. Oh, are we there? No? Yeah, maybe. And build on the strength of every individual in the organization. We have a very fundamental belief. Everybody doesn't agree with me. I don't like to look at the negatives. I like to look at what we're doing that is really strong and do more of that. Because if you focus on problems and the negatives, then you will soon go on a negative spiral. Much better to focus on forward and build on the strengths you have. But are there good frameworks? Absolutely. But people seem to, and this is a generalization, so apologies for that. But when you have a framework, you make that to science, and then you forget about what is important. And the important is to move forward and really grow competence, capabilities, so that we can outperform these guys here and everybody else in the world. Even if they do cars, we should be better than them in every single aspect, because we want their good people, right? They should join us instead. I don't know if that was the answer, but there are very many good frameworks, but that's not the solution for me. It's how you as a line leader are able to explain to an individual, what does that journey look like for you? Small steps, but what's the end game? And hopefully the aspiration of the individual mirrors the company's aspiration. Was that helpful at all?
Thank you.
We probably still have tons of questions. I have tons of questions too, but let's hold the questions and let's move on. And then we'll come back to have a more general reflections and discussions. Please.
I agree with very much that Cecilia just raised. I will try to add on to that in sort of a short way. I think I see two main ways to sort of meet the competence needs that we need due to the digitalization in our industry. And one way is that we need to raise the competence level within our current people, the current employees that we have within our companies, within our industry, to continuously develop. And I think that was previously also mentioned, that we need to continuously develop those competences. And I think that we can all agree that the world is changing faster and faster, and the competences needed are going to increasingly change fast going forward, so that we need to continuously within our companies work proactively and strategically and long-term with competence development, and set that on the agenda within the company, and set off time and resources for our employees and empower them to drive their own competence development. So that's the internal part within our companies. What we also need to make sure is to attract the people that are not working in our company or even in our industry today. With digitalization, we see that we need to attract people from other industries and other sectors. So we need to be attractive as companies, as mentioned, but also as an industry on a whole, that to attract people to the automotive industry and the transport industry from other industries and from all over the world. So I agree with what you just said before, that we need to be attractive, but also set the right circumstances as a region to be an attractive region and an attractive country to move to, because very seldom you will move from the other side of the world just to start working at SEF. There's probably something else that needs to be there in terms of an attractive region as such. So we need to work together, I think, both within the industry but also together with other stakeholders in the region to make sure that it is an attractive region where, for example, housing is one thing that needs to be addressed to attract top talents from all over the world to come here to Gothenburg.
Okay, maybe we'll move on to the next one, and then we'll take an overall question. Sorry, so we're a little
okay.
bit out of time.
I think a lot has been said about the companies, and I fully agree about that. So I think two challenges that I see that applies to both universities and companies. One is that it basically takes 10 years to start to have master students out from a new competence area. I mean, we're starting in machine learning courses today. The industry is asking for them now, not in 5 years. So the ability to be able to see what competence is needed in 10 years from now, because that's the time it takes to get a master student out in a new area. And that's really a challenge for the universities to sort of, and where we should have a dialogue with the industry. Where do we see a competence need coming where we don't have an education? I think AI/ML is a very good example that it's very good that we have that now, but we're starting the education when the need is already there. And that is really a true challenge, to be able to foresee like 10 years before a competence is needed, that we need to start building something there. Then I have one other thought or challenge, and that is I've been traveling quite a bit to Israel to look at the startup community, finding a lot of ideas there. And a reflection from that area is that the universities worked a lot with applied science, and they really try to see how can they get their ideas out on the market and get something, a business out of it. And most students there, if you ask them what they don't want to do, they don't want to work with Apple or Google, they want to do a startup. So there is a lot of entrepreneurship there where everyone is trying to find new ideas. And it's amazing how much energy it is into that. And I mean, we have the big industries, but we need that startup community and all those new ideas as well. And that's really, how do we get that people also want to do startups, not only work for Volvo or SEFT.
Thank you. Please.
Yes, a lot of good things have been said. I like it very much. And I was just inspired by IKEA, just because they have also, they talk about the main pillars of what they are doing. But I think that our kind of work, what it can contribute is actually to give insight in what we really do need. With that one, I mean that our kind of goal is like creating accessibility affordable accessibility in sustainable cities. And all of these products, digitalization as such, they are just enablers for us to make sure do things better for people. And that perspective, we usually are good at to describe and also identify the challenges. When it comes to digitalization as such, it's nothing like we haven't done that. We have been involved in digitalizing our business processes for many, many years. Today, what we are seeing actually is that how we can combine combine good solutions treating or dealing with the digital heritage that we have built up during last 30, 40 years, and also balancing with the new approaches of digitalization, which open up completely different things. I can tell you that the reason that we can meet here today, I came from Stockholm, it is not because the new things are not there. This is because the old things work. This is true. Most of the mobility today, they are actually services provided by the traditional way of doing things, for movement from a point to another. But why we are interested in investing in not only infrastructure, but also competence to build the next generation infrastructure is not because what we have doesn't work. This is because the future is completely different. Today, we discuss about 4 means of transportation: roads, railways, aviation, and maritime. This is what we are talking about usually. With digitalization, we have the 5th way of transportation. It is not being transporting those people who are using their apps, using actually to buy, to purchase various things, for instance, a pair of shoes. From the moment they push that button, maybe a transport is generated in a little village outside of Shanghai, in China, all the way coming here. They are generating transports, even though they are not only buying a ticket to travel by a bus or something like that. So this is a very complex area. I do believe that we need to have a focus. What kind of competence we would need in 10 years from now, of course. But I'm not sure if we are able to do it. On the other hand, I know that the long life learning, which you're working with it, is the most essential thing to happen, actually to make it, put it in a focus, that work with it. Now, Swedish Transport Administration, where I represent, where I come from, we have been hiring a lot of trainees in our business, in our administration. We would like to see also internship instead of only trainees, that people from universities really come to us and work with us to see how it's like to be in the other part, which is not only producing things, but also using the most sophisticated technologies and products coming up. And what are the purposes to having them in our system? Again, our main goal is to create accessibility, affordable accessibility for everybody in sustainable societies. This is what we would like to see. Yep.
Thank you. I like your characterization. Digitalization is the 5th mode. And as we like to say, data is the new oil. In the last 10 years, been working in California, studying the oil industry. Now I'm studying big data. So I'm a prime example of being digitalized. And I also come from Silicon Valley, and I would say that we still like Google and Apple. Whether you like to work for Google or Apple depends on whether you're, or a startup, depends on whether you're a risk taker or not. If you have, whether you want a job security, or you want to have not getting really well paid for the first couple of years and get a big payoff. So it depends a little bit on personality, you know?
Yes, but I think there is a bit more than personality. It's a bit about the culture as well. I mean, you could also say that in a way Sweden would be one of the safest places to go for startups because there is always a security net. So you don't really need that full safety of a large company. And I'm not saying that we should go all the way to where maybe Tel Aviv is, but a bit more of that and a bit more of that searching for other ideas, because it's made, I mean, all the big companies today started as startups, and it's not the big companies that are big today.
Yes, there's a lot to say on that, of course. Whether innovations come from big companies or small companies, it's an interesting question. So we'll open the floor. Maybe we'll take a few questions. Do we still have time to take 1 or 2 questions or discussions? Maybe 2. Any reflections? Lots of really excellent comments from education, from competitive the industry being attractive, whether you work there or you like to join them, or you see what are the major gaps that are not changing fast enough, please.
I mean, like when you are talking about Silicon Valley, I was reflecting. I think in Silicon Valley, what's so cool is that you are encouraged to fail. And you learn a lot from your failure, because if you start up a company and if you fail at it, that's kind of like a lot of actionable knowledge that will be translated into your next venture. And I didn't find this kind of like hunger or drive in the Swedish ecosystem. That's why maybe I'm so fascinated about the Silicon Valley.
I think we could have a bit more towards that, and would be very good if we had that in a bit more of idea generation in Gothenburg. It's there, but I encourage it.
Terrific. Andreas.
So I think there is a lot of innovative ideas in Sweden as well, and probably also in the large companies. Possibly the large companies aren't that good at taking those ideas and doing something with them. What do you think about that? And if true, how can we improve? And my name is Andrea, and I'm from Volvo Cars.
Well, I can comment from the Volvo Group then, because we started the concept called CampX, which is exactly about that, capturing ideas and actually having that as an innovation system and a vehicle for innovation. I think it's going to be crucial to capture ideas in the large companies as well as the small companies. And how do we actually materialize that and see how we can either make it to a business prospect or create some very valuable learning from it. So I think it's happening in different places. It's probably more fragmented, so it's not visible. And I think your comment earlier, it only happens in Silicon Valley. I would argue that that is probably not the right statement. It happens in many other places, but it's not so visible yet. And we're probably not as advanced yet, but many countries in many places are really targeting to be super innovative, capture innovation and see what can you do with it, what can you learn from it, etc. So I think sometimes we're a bit narrow in our perspectives. Also, where we need to broaden and say it's actually happening, but maybe in lower scale, and we're not talking so much about it, and we're not leveraging it enough.
I think we have areas where we've been extremely innovative. I mean, the whole safety area is sort of a lot of internal innovation, and we've been driving and we're world leading there. It's just that we need to have that culture within the whole company. And we as a company also need to be a bit more curious about all the small companies and all the small ideas that's going on the outside world. And that's my everyday struggle, to try to get our company more innovative and more interested in what's going on the outside.
And a Otherwise, you're welcome to join SEFT, where we're smaller and newer.
And coming from the US, I've been fascinated by comparing the US culture and the Swedish culture. My reflection is in the US, we often, if you have great ideas, we say just do it. And in Sweden, the reaction is let's have a meeting about it. Okay.
I would argue that that's not really true. I know every manager at Volvo Cars, if they see an employee that has a great idea and they're passionate about it, and they're still managing their ordinary work, they're allowed to work with that. So I think in a small scale, we really are quite innovative, and we have managers accepting that employees do things that they're not supposed to do.
Excellent.
I fully agree.
All right, with that, thank you very much for your excellent comments. So I think we're... Can you make it short?
Yeah. It was just on the topic of what educations we have available now and what we actually need in the future. I think I just have a comment about it, and I think every single individual have their own responsibility to also find the knowledge. So if if you want to study, you're obviously interested in a subject, and then you can start with that, and you can actually find your own education, and combine it. And you can choose different courses and then find your own, develop your own education, and then also find a company that works with that. I have done it myself, and I think that worked, and I think more people could do that.
Yeah, or maybe you could accelerate the program as well. Does it need to take X amount of years to get to a master? Could you fast forward that? What is hindering us? I think there are many things that we need to challenge that sit in the walls of everything that we do as human beings. We like sort of patterns, etc. But it's always good to challenge the conceptual thinking. Could we do it in a different way? What if we turn it upside down? Could it go 1 year quicker? Etc. So we should continue to challenge you, and you should continue to challenge us.
That's an excellent concluding remark. So let's give the panelists a big hand.
Okay, so yesterday when I was thinking about today's conference, actually I was thinking, what does it really mean for us, and why are we doing this? Why are we doing all these efforts in this field of digitalization of transport system? So then I was thinking, like, what does it really mean for me? And then I was thinking about my old friend Peter. Peter is in early 80s today. He's been retired for around 15 years. And he's been truck driver and running his small trucking company all his adult life. His small company, it was Peter and his truck. Sometimes it was a Scania truck, sometimes it was a Volvo truck. They're both good trucks, he used to say. He used to say, in Sinisa in Sweden, we make good trucks. They're reliable, and then they take me to my final destination. Most of the time, at right time also. But he used to say, even a good truck sometimes breaks. And most often, it was a quick fix. But sometimes Peter needed to wait in some part of Europe for repair. He needed to wait for a repairer to arrive. And actually, the worst thing was when he needed to wait for a spare part to arrive. Because he needed to stay at home for a long time, away from home for a long time. Peter has a family. He has a wife, 3 children. They're adults today. But he used to say that he missed quite a lot of their childhood. He was running his company, and basically all the things in his company he has to take care of. He used to, to get the assignments for deliveries. He used to take care of the economy, administration, maintenance. Sometimes he got sick. He needed to find somebody who was going to replace him. And he used to worry a lot about his business. He used to worry about the finances in the business. He used to worry he will arrive on time. But actually the worst thing was when he got sick, because then he needed to find somebody who will replace him quickly, because otherwise he will lose his business. So today here we are discussing this new revolution in digitalization of transport system. And I'm thinking about Peter, and I'm thinking, what does it mean for future Peters? We heard here today that entire transport system is getting more and more connected. The future trucks are, well, already today trucks are connected. They are connected with their customers. They're being connected with infrastructure, and they're already today connected for, somebody said this morning, for 2 decades with their manufacturers. So today, there is no need for long wait somewhere in Europe for Peters. The future maintenance are planned long in advance. So they are planned so that when truck drivers need to take rest, then the spare parts are there, the repair personnel are there, so they can repair it. We also, here at Chalmers and also truck companies, we've been doing now for quite a long time the tests with platooning. So basically you have a number of trucks behind each other running in a platoon. Each truck has a driver, but hopefully in the future, most of the drivers can do other things. You know, it's only the first driver will need to drive, actually. The other drivers can do other things, like why not have a Skype conversation with their family, for example. And we are seeing more and more that the transport system is being automated. I mean, it's not really the question if, it's question just when. So the future truck drivers will probably sit at home in the comfort of their home and remotely operating their trucks, or maybe I should say their pods. And this digitalized transport system will probably take care more of these worries that my friend Peter needed to worry about. The only thing is probably that the future truck drivers, they will need to redefine their business. But they will be around with their families, and they will be able to spend more time with their families. So for all future Peters, truck drivers, and all other participants of this transport system that will get their lives improved, thank you for coming to this conference, taking part in discussion. Thanks. And before I close the conference, I would just mention some people who make this conference possible. So there is MariAnne, who is not here, but she was the mastermind behind the logistics, and Mia, sitting there. I would also like to thank all the speakers and moderators and my fantastic management team, Kaisa and Selma and Osa and Mats and Magnus and Mike and Johan. So hope to see you next year. Thanks.